Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the Forfar Gloucestershire County Council. I think we've had a very excellent presentation there by the Chief Executive and a number of questions, and no doubt there'll be more questions on the subject in the agenda. May we find wisdom to carry out our duties, humanity to listen to all, the courage to do what is right, and the generosity to treat each other with respect. Apologies for absence. I've got Councillors Alex Eggenbath, Don Morris and Roger Wyburn. I'm led to believe that Roger may be joining us remotely this morning. And Alex. Thanks, Paul. Also, Honorary Alderman Bill Crowther and Gordon Shermer. Any more apologies this morning? Thank you, members. Agenda item 2, the minutes. To confirm and sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of February. Any comments on the minutes? Any queries? I'm seeing nothing. Can I have a proposal that the minutes are accepted, please? Councillor Tim Harmon, seconded by Councillor Lyndon Stoll. All those in favour, members, please. Anyone against? Any abstentions?
2 abstentions.
I wasn't here.
Okay.
3 abstentions.
Thanks, Councillor Fisher, Councillor Willingham and Councillor Harris. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Item 3, members' declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest for today's meeting? Councillor Nelson?
Motion 8, agenda item 893, the motion. I will remove myself from the room as requested.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other declarations of interest this morning, members, please? Thank you very much. On to Chairman's announcements. The first one, Ukraine. To thank members for their efforts in supporting appeals for items in the Ukrainian people displaced as a result of the invasion by Russia. Food, clothing and other items from people in Gloucestershire have already reached Poland and been transported into western areas of the Ukraine. I'm requesting that members stand in silence as a mark of respect to the Ukrainian people who have been killed, injured and displaced. The Ukrainian flag is flying over Shire Hall and will continue to be flown over coming days and weeks. So members, 1 minute's silence, please, if you could all stand. Thank you, members. Some more announcements. National Day of Reflection. Today, Wednesday the 23rd of March, marks the second National Day of Reflection. A day for remembering those we have sadly lost due to COVID-19. There is a national 1 minute silence at 12 noon. We will find a suitable time to break during the motions item for a minute silence. It may not exactly be at 12 o'clock, but it will be as close to that time as we can reasonably make it. The Armed Forces Community Covenant. The Council's Armed Forces Champion, Councillor Andrew Gravelst, organised a virtual meeting on the 16th of March, which was attended by representatives from a wide range of organisations, including district councils, parish and town councils, the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and NHS bodies. It was particularly pleasing to see representatives at the meeting from the three main military bases in the county: Imgin Barracks, Beachley Barracks, and the Duke of Gloucester Barracks. The updated covenant reinforces the intention to support people living in the county who are serving or who have served in the armed forces. The Levelling Up Conference. The conference will be held on the 19th of May, and all members have received email invitations. Microsoft 365 rollout for members. Members are encouraged to make an appointment to bring their iPads into Shire Hall between Monday the 28th of March and Friday the 8th of April to have them swapped over to Microsoft 365. Please make arrangements with the Democratic Services team, and don't worry if you can't come in over this period, as this can be done later if you're struggling for that time period. You should all have on your tables a copy of the annual member survey. Please complete the questionnaire that has been put on your tables and return it to the Democratic Services team. And finally, on announcements, ICT. They're often criticised, but I would like to mention their exceptional efforts in getting the broadband connection working in this room as late as 2100 last night. So a big thank you from members to John Dean and his team. Thank you very much. Public questions. Agenda item 5, up to 30 minutes allowed for public questions. Questions and answers will be taken as read, but I'm going to be looking for Joe Moore to give me any indication if the person who's asked the question is in the room this morning and whether or not they've got a supplementary. Thank you. Joe, straight on to question number 1, Mr. Alan Bailey. Good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning, sir. I've taken the question as read, and I thank Councillor Gray for that answer. The background of my question was that the traffic in Leckhampton is severe. Add a new school this year, development along the A46 at Leckhampton, Sheridan, Brockworth, and etc. Given the A46 is vital to the developments of 5 or 6 county districts, sustainable transport is a must. What plans are in place to deliver sustainable transport to Cheltenham and particularly A46?
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Gray.
Thank you very much for the original question and indeed for your supplementary question. In terms of our plans, road safety and transport safety and active travel are areas that the County Council is heavily focused on. So our plans are across a whole range of activities that we will focus on this. In terms of individual places, we appreciate the residents' efforts to bring to the attention of the County Council where there are particular issues. There are many issues across the county. Our announcement that we're going to have our initiative around active travel and around holding a forum to focus on this, I think will be a point where we'll be able to achieve greater focus on what more can the County Council do. We are working very actively across a whole range of initiatives to help make our roads more safely, and I hope that we can see greater progress over the coming months and years.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Mr. Bailey, have you got a supplementary for your question number 2?
Yes, it's nearly the same question, but has any thought been given to adding the sustainable transport along the A46 to the joint course strategy, which is, I think, currently under review at the moment?
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Gray.
Yes, we look at all aspects, in terms of the joint course strategy. I think that speaks to the fact that everybody across the county at a borough level and at the level of the district appreciates the importance of this topic. So hopefully, yes, we will see more plans coming forward across the county to promote active travel, reduce road risks on our roads, encourage people hopefully we can encourage people to actually turn away from the roads in terms of the use of cars and look to more communities that are able to use active travel as a modes of getting to the services that they need.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Mr Bailey, thank you very much for your questions. Mr David Redgewell.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my background to my question really is the situation we're in with the bus services in the county of Gloucestershire and the funding from the Department for Transport. Whilst we welcome from Baroness Fear, the buses minister, an extra £150 million to October, which is for England, I think the concerns are really as to how the County Council is going to manage that process as the Statutory Transport Authority to maintain the bus services beyond October, working through the Advanced Quality Partnership and the Bus Service Improvement Plan. We may know a bit more about the Bus Service Improvement Plan from the government this afternoon, whether we've won any money in Gloucestershire or not. But it is in the background of West Gloucestershire losing bus services. The village of Dimmock has one bus a week when it had a 2-hourly service. I appreciate Philip has written to me and I understand the issues with Hereford not wanting to cooperate, but nevertheless, the County Council needs to provide public bus services across this county as the Transport Authority. It's not down to the private operators alone. And amongst that, of course, there's the need to provide bus lanes and more bus priorities. I think Gloucester as a city has very few bus priorities. I'm disappointed we didn't get the bus priority being Gloucester and Cheltenham through the other night at the Economic Committee, but hope we'll try again. But we really got to focus on buses within this county. So my question really is, what is the council's plan to improve the bus services, work with government and make sure we have a recovery plan in place in October if the government grant is beginning to taper off? And I understand from Stagecoach and Pullham that we're now about 65 to 70% of the passengers which need to go up to 90% to start making any of these bus services in the county commercial. Thank you.
Mr Redgewell, thank you very much. Councillor Phil Robinson, please.
Well, thank you to the questioner for his original question and for that supplementary. There is an aspect of tapering in regard to the extension of the bus recovery grant, but we still await clarity on that from the Department of Transport. We actually don't have the details yet as to how that is going to work. But Baroness Veer does make it very clear in her letter that what the DFT is trying to do is strike a balance between maintaining funding for the sector and returning greater commercial risk to the operators by moving away from the emergency funding model. I very much welcome the extension to the funding, but I think we then have to wait and see whether that commercial model returns and is successful. That's the purpose of the extra funding, and I would ask Mr. Redgewell to wait and look and see how events unfold there. On the question of bus priority measures, well, bus priority is itself a priority in the bus service improvement plan. It was one of our key areas of focus, and there are lots of things in that bus service improvement plan which address the things that you've just raised, and the purpose of the Enhanced Partnership Agreement, we're working on the draft right now, the purpose of that agreement is to implement the bus service improvement plan, so all of those things will be addressed, and that's where our focus is. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, thank you very much. Mr Redgewell, have you got a supplementary to question number 4, please?
Yes, I think my concerns here is, again, the Department for Transport is allowing tapering off of the concessionary passes for disabled people and retired people. My concern is at the moment in a county as rural as Gloucestershire, that particular amount of money helps the operators maintain the bus network. So I would just be urging the county to maintain the finance on the concessionary pass. The option from the Baroness, again, Department for Transport, Bernard Sphere, is to allow that to maintain, if the County Council wishes, at the level we have now as the COVID Recovery Fund is still in operation on buses. So really it's just a request to look at whether we could maintain that level of support, for particularly as I maintain the rural bus network, and we have some real difficult problems in the Newent, Dimmock area which need to be resolved by this County Council's Transport Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Redgewell. Councillor Robertson, that been noted?
Well, I'm going to answer the question,
Okay.
if I may, Mr Chairman. I would just refer the questioner to the second paragraph of the written answer, and it's true, the Department of Transport have left it open for councils to interpret that accordingly. We've certainly been maintaining those concessionary payments at 95%, but considering that recent change to the terms of the scheme from the DFT, we are currently reviewing the planned reimbursement. That's being looked at, and more information will be available in due course.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Thank you, Mr Redgewell, for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman, for your help, and to your staff for their constant help on the bus service side. We seem very, very grateful.
Thank you, Mr Redgewell. I no doubt those comments will be well received. Thank you very much. Question 5, Paul Barker.
Chairman, there are no more public questions.
Thank you, Joe. So we will move on straight away then to item 6, which is the corporate parenting. And Councillor Stephen Davis, Cabinet Member for Children's Safeguarding and Early Years, to present the corporate parenting report. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting and difficult report to make because we are still awaiting the formal Ofsted report on the 1st of April, so we cannot talk too much about that. But all I will say is we are now able to look forward to our continued improvement programme, which we're all working on. And I wanted to make the point to thank all the staff who worked very hard during the Ofsted inspection. It is much appreciated. I have to say it will be interesting to see how the report is received when it comes out, but I would remind you all that our staff have worked very hard to achieve improvement and deserve recognition for that. On corporate parenting, the process we're running where people are putting forward single forms, there's been a slight delay partly because of Ofsted, but we are working on a secure area to place these so that then the children in care and care leavers can access those. I would encourage you still to complete those forms. Our next corporate parenting group meeting is tomorrow. Looking forward to that. In other news in the report, you will see we continue with the family hubs and the whole policy around how we commission those, and that's a hugely important policy that we're working on. Came up yesterday in the Health and Wellbeing Board and was discussed at length there. I think if you look at the statistics part of the report, it shows what we always know. There are continued challenges in the system, some areas of improvement and some areas where we're still seeing challenges. But we are seeing some return to a consistency of the position. And as I say, now Ofsted have been, we are working on our continued improvement plan and what we need to do to improve that, which includes the family hubs policy, the youth services policy, and extra provision, including work on Tavone House 2 and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Members, any questions to Councillor Davis? Councillor Willingham and then Councillor Hilton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got two questions. One was to follow up the question that's in the members' questions about DBS checks for members. I think there is a feeling that there is no reason why we shouldn't be DBS checked. In fact, another council that I was a member of required or asked members to specifically be CRB checked at the time because of the safeguarding needs. And it's quite disappointing that we don't want to go to the sort of top standard, because it's not just corporate parenting where we could encounter vulnerable children, it's in all of our casework where we could end up visiting. So I really do wish that we would look again at giving members the opportunity to do an enhanced DBS check because of the vulnerable people we serve. The other question is whether we are expecting any unaccompanied children from Ukraine who could come across here and then need to be accommodated within our children cared for children's services.
Thank you, Councillor Willingham. Councillor Davis.
Thank you for that question. The phone's now been answered. I was holding back on the DBS check till we got to members' questions, but the simple answer is, of course, people who want to be DBS checked can be. What I didn't want to do is make it a mandatory condition of the scheme, because that would add an extra amount of work and may put some people off. So I've avoided, and we've built a system that means that DBS check is not essential. Actually, thank you for additional members' questions, because it's allowed us to absolutely clarify that there is no legal requirement for that, which is a question, actually, funny enough, I hadn't had an answer for when I asked it, so I'm glad that you asked it. On unaccompanied children from Ukraine, I don't know the absolute answer on that. Clearly, the current scheme, as was outlined earlier, does not imply we are going to see significant numbers of unaccompanied children, which we did see in previous refugee waves, but I wouldn't discount it, and clearly we will be ready to help if that is what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stephen, for your report. I'm looking at paragraph 6.8, and you say that we're in touch with the majority of our 465 care experienced young people. That's people that have quite clearly left the care of Gloucestershire County Council, I assume, in what's saying. It says more than half are in some form of education, employment or training, 54.9%. Our target is 75%. I just wonder, what is the situation with those 45% of young people that aren't in education, employment, or training? What are they doing, and why have we got such a high number? And why aren't we meeting our target? And what do you plan to do to try and resolve that?
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Davis.
I think that's an excellent question and one of those areas of concern. I'll tell you where they are, and it's fascinating. When I did my mentoring session with Care Leaver, she explained to me that when she left care, the most advice she got was how to go and claim benefits, which is terrible, and that's what most of them are doing, is they're living on benefit and not in education or employment. And that is something we need to change in how we prepare for them when they leave care, to give them a better chance in life. It's part of what we were just talking about in terms of what we can do as individuals to offer them career support and advice and help to get jobs. But if you go back to the basic issue, if you look at your own children, when they were looking for a job, you gave them advice, you may have helped them get work experience. Our children in care do not have those same opportunities, and that is where we're putting the focus, because we do need to improve that number. It is a number that causes serious concern, and we do need to have a plan to act on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Members, any more questions to Councillor Davis, please? Councillor Becky Hoyland.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's similar to Councillor Willington in terms of social workers being extremely stretched already, and with more work being expected of them as Ukrainians come looking for safety with us. I'm hoping that our own children won't reduce the number of social workers working with our children won't be reduced, and that extra resources will be put into the system. Thank you.
Councillor Hoyland, thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, and I think it's too early to know the numbers. I think we all know that there will be an increase in pressure on children's services as a result of Ukrainians, I was going to say refugees, let's say guests correctly, coming to our county. The recruitment problem and the issue with social workers is there today. We have taken action around loyalty payments, we're taking action around recruitment, and we're taking action in terms of training. to appease that. But I can't categorically tell you what the ongoing impact one, but we are working already to prepare for that extra workload that we expect.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Colin Hay.
Thank you, Chairman. As a result of the answer you just gave about you would expect for our children we give careers advice and try and encourage them into various jobs. And you said that's not available for our children in care. And I just thought, I just need to clarify that, because surely foster parents, foster carers, will be doing that sort of thing. I understand the point if you're trying to make that, you know, it may not be the same as, but I'm surprised you said, you did use the phrase, they don't get that. And I think that probably could do with a bit of clarifying.
Councillor Hayes, thank you. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I think actually, and one of the things we're looking at is how do we, as a children's services, help them at that point where they leave care. I think if you look at foster carers, I think it's variable. I think some do a fantastic job in that level of support. Others may not be in a position to offer the same level of help. And you've got to remember there is still an amount of transition, so they may not have that same length of experience with their foster carers that you would do with your own children. So much as some will try, I don't think it's as good as we would want it to be.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Paul Baker.
Thank you. Just referring to paragraph 6.6, where it says longer-term stability measured by children in our care having the same home for 2 of the past 2.5 years is worsening. I'd just quite like to know a bit of background why that might be. And secondly, on the welcome moves on family hubs, do we have a feel yet of where these are going to be and when might we start to see that information? Thank you.
Councillor Baker. Councillor Davis.
So on the first one, and I think we've discussed this at previous meetings, we have had a drop-off in the number of foster carers during COVID, and that has a knock-on effect on our ability to get stability in the system. I think in that same paragraph it points out we have 100% utilisation of our available foster resources. And again, I would encourage you all to encourage others to volunteer to be foster carers. On the second question, I've forgotten it already. Sorry, what was the second question? Oh, family hubs. Yes, we're going through that commissioning process at the moment, so it would be too early to say where they're going to be specifically, but we are going to run a number of information events around that, so particularly so those people interested in getting involved and bidding can learn more about it.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Chloe Turner.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support your scheme of, making councillors' experience and what they can offer care leavers available to our children in care. Just though in terms of the work experience piece, I mean, we're a huge organisation, but why can't we offer work experience as a council to them directly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Davis.
You are right, and that is something we have. We do actually do if you look at the ambassadors scheme, but we could do more on. I agree.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Members, any more questions, please, to Councillor Davis? Nope. No, thank you very much. Councillor Davis, thank you very much. Item 7, petitions. Simon, any petitions today? No hidden petitions, members? Thank you very much. On to item 8, motions, pages 41 to 50. The Council's constitution provides for a maximum of 2 hours for debate on motions. The time limit for member speeches is 3 minutes, and the time limit for proposing a motion is 5 minutes. In accordance with Procedure Rule 10.2 in Part 4 of the Council Constitution, the Chief Executive has prepared a short accompanying note for each motion in respect of any implications for climate change, resources, human rights, and any other pertinent factors that may wish to include in accordance with the Council's policy framework. So the first motion today is motion 895, and the proposer is the leader, Councillor Mark Hawthorne. Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, this council stands united. It stands united against the horror of war, against the illegal attack on the freedom in Ukraine, against the brutal and criminal aggression of Putin's regime, against the human suffering and humanitarian crisis unfolding on our doorstep. For what has been visited upon Ukraine isn't just an attack on their freedom. It's an attack on the free world by an aggression we had thought had been consigned to the history books. Hospitals, schools, apartment blocks, civilians indiscriminately targeted by so-called neighbours. Nuclear weapons used as a threat against this country and the rest of the West for the first time since the end of the Cold War. And in Russia, journalists, protesters, opposition politicians rounded up and thrown into prison for simply disagreeing with the state-sponsored lie. So today we stand united. But how can we respond? We believe there should be three pillars to our response: political, humanitarian, and the support for refugees. On the political front, today is an opportunity for this council to add its voice to the chorus of outrage against the actions taken by the Putin regime. That might not seem like much, but it is important. There is no doubt that Putin believed that the world would turn a blind eye on his aggression against Ukraine, that beyond some carefully scripted words, we would allow this illegal takeover of our neighbouring country to go unpunished. He was wrong, and it goes to show how little he understands the deep-rooted power of democracy. The response from the West has been united and far-reaching, attacking the very economic basis of his regime, through economic sanctions that attack the corrupt basis of his power. And this council is doing its bit by ensuring that we are fully disinvested in Russian-controlled and Russian-owned assets as part of our portfolio of investment. Sanctions will hurt, but the message must be clear. Freedom will not be subverted by the barrel of a gun. On our humanitarian response, we should be rightly proud of the community response we have already seen from our county. From the hundreds of volunteers like Alistair and Yarrow who have given up their free time to help collect and pack lorries full of supplies to support Ukrainian refugees and those still trapped in Ukrainian cities. I will leave it to others to speak of this effort, but for our part, we are doing all we can to ensure that the humanitarian efforts can continue, and we will hope shortly to be able to make an announcement with regards to additional facilities to help support the collection and distribution of humanitarian aid. But we must now turn our minds to those who are fleeing the conflict. In Gloucestershire, we have a proud track record of working together to help refugees resettle in our county. In the last couple of years, we've been heavily involved in the Syrian refugee scheme and more recently in the Afghan resettlement programme. Officers and politicians across the county have worked together to deliver housing support and community support. And in the last week, teams across the county have become to prepare for the arrival of Ukrainian refugees. As we heard earlier, Siobhan Farmer will be leading as the county's lead officer, supported by Cathy Williams, who has previously worked on other schemes in this county. It is likely that the numbers will exceed the numbers we've seen in previous waves, and it's likely that the challenges we face will be different too. But by working together, we will ensure that Gloucestershire is a safe haven that those fleeing the atrocities of Ukraine need. But to be clear, the goal of the West is and must be to ensure that the light of freedom is not extinguished in the Ukraine, and why the Western allies must use all routes necessary to bring pressure
15
on Russia
seconds,
to
Leader.
end the illegal war, and while ensuring the Ukrainians have the tools they need to protect their freedom. For if democracy and freedom is to survive, then we must be at one. We are all Ukrainian. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawthorne. Members, I think we're in a fairly unique position, but not an unsurprising position on this, that we have got 3 joint seconders from each of the 3 other parties. So first of all, I'm going to invite Councillor Paul Hodkinson to say his words as seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the Conservative group for agreeing to support our request for this to be a joint cross-party motion. Thank you for that. Now, today marks the end of the 4th week of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And I'm sure we've all watched in absolute horror as his military has unleashed countless missiles on innocent people. And as the bombs, as Mark said, rip through hospitals, schools and even nurseries, it really beggars belief. Now, officially, 1,000 civilians have lost their lives, but we know the true figure is going to be much more than that, and it's growing by the minute. But the true tragedy is the 10 million Ukrainians, 1/4 of the country's population, who have been forced to flee their homes, with well over 3 million fleeing into other countries, a figure that's predicted to go as high as 7 million. It is quite unbelievable. And I've certainly watched in disbelief at the devastation on our TV screens and our social media every day. And by the way, the exceptional coverage of the BBC and Channel 4 in what they've shown us. It really has been exceptional. But I'm also absolutely overawed by the inspiring leadership of Zelensky. He's authentic, he's genuine, he's truthful. That's what real leadership is all about. Now, I've also been awed by the support that our own residents have offered. In my own area, villagers have come together and they want to help. They want to provide homes. And currently, the number of homes offered under the Homes for Ukraine scheme is an amazing 150,000. Fabulous. But I'm afraid that scheme to welcome refugees into the UK, to reunite family members, has been beset by bureaucracy. That has been mentioned earlier, and I want to see that bureaucracy cut. I also want to see us as a country greet people warmly and safely, and I want our country to be seen that around the globe. But I also want our country to make the best use of hospitality that's offered, so it isn't squandered. And so, this motion today is so important because it allows us to state in no uncertain terms that we stand with Ukraine. We stand with Ukrainian citizens that are facing this unbelievable crisis. We also stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian citizens, not only in our country, but also in our county. And we should pledge to do everything we can to support them. So 4 words to unite this chamber, 4 words to bring us together, 4 words to say what we think. Those 4 words are, we stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Councillor Hodkinson, thank you very much. Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to jointly second this motion on behalf of the Labour Group and to have united agreement between all of the political groups, as has been said. We jointly condemn the military aggression of the Russian state, and we stand with the people of Ukraine for democracy, freedom, and the right to a European identity should they wish that identity. I'm also proud to have stood with members of the Ukrainian community at Gloucester Docks when the Ukrainian flag was unveiled. There are many connections between Ukrainians in Gloucestershire and those under fire in Ukraine and those in need of help and protection. We welcome sanctions against the Russian state and those individuals and companies who profit from it. We also wish to see these going further, with no stone left unturned in freezing oligarchs' ill-gotten assets. We must ensure that sanctions are broad enough to impact on every aspect of Russia's economy, including fossil fuels. as well as commending the bravery of Ukrainians defending their country, we would also wish to praise the courage of ordinary Russians taking to the streets of Moscow, St. Petersburg and beyond under the threat of repression in order to show their opposition to Putin. Here in Gloucestershire, we welcome the huge response that there's been from members of the public to raise funds, send supplies and open up their homes to refugees. This council has been given a role in coordinating this response together with district councils, community organisations, faith groups and Garras. And we must ensure that Garras is enabled to be resilient and viable given the work it already does. And we don't overload them to a point that they fail. We know that there is a partnership that is well set up to respond to the challenge that we face, but we also need clear information about the expectations and funding from government so we know what the nature is of the scheme that we are to engage with. Timely announcements and a smooth flow of data will help to enable property inspections, for example, and safeguarding checks. So clarity is needed in the operation of the Homes for Ukrainian programme and also the support that needs to be available to meet a wide range of needs. We are pleased to be advised that our
15 seconds, please.
That our friendly amendments were accepted, and I can read those out, which were to add, recognise the need for wraparound support mobilising services as adult social care, children's services, education, public health and mental health services, recognise the generosity of the public in offering homes to refugees and affirm the need to help ensure that accommodation is appropriate, safe and sustainable. So we are pleased to move this motion and we look for unanimous agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Councillor Kate Cody.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to echo everything that has already been said, and today I speak for the whole Green Group. In so many ways, wars are a catastrophe, not least environmentally. Such total and utter waste, first and foremost, of human life, civilians and soldiers. The carbon waste of war, of weapons, medical supplies, transportation, even time, destruction and rebuilding of homes, schools, hospital, roads, the list is endless. War brings mindless, physical, emotional and psychological pain. And we should take a long, hard look at our politics, both internationally, locally and personally. Does our government trade with dictators and immoral leaders and their regimes? We can massively reduce demand for oil and thus the $500 million of oil income that we give Putin every day. It would take a government and civilian effort equivalent to the COVID response, but we could reduce 40% of oil demand, which is via cars, if we were to reduce upper speed limits to 50 miles per hour, made all public transport free, and used Uber technology to allow free civilian car sharing. This would reduce both the demand and price of Russian oil and have a catastrophic impact on Putin, as well as being beneficial to our environment. I cannot claim these suggestions. They were made by the former Conservative MP Rory Stewart, who suggested them across Europe during the course of the Ukraine crisis. I would, of course, go further and welcome them long term. I'm pleased that the Green Group friendly amendment was not required, as the government have confirmed that individuals eligible for the single occupier council tax discount will not lose this as a result of their generosity in hosting Ukrainian refugees. Our hearts go out to Ukrainians, and we and those in our communities wish to offer them support wherever possible. I would like to finish by making a plea that the refugees in Afghanistan are not forgotten, as they too are in need, dire need of support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cody. Councillor Tim Harman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try not to repeat what has been said, but I do want to say something. Can you hear me okay? Yep, fine, thank you. I just want to say a few things. I think all of us have been moved, shocked and appalled by what has happened, what Putin has done to the people of the Ukraine. And I said at the Cheltenham Council meeting on Monday that I think what's been happening to Mariupol is similar to Guernica, which is the destruction of a whole town in Spain in the Spanish Civil War. He doesn't care about human lives, he's only caring about surviving himself, it seems to me. I was particularly moved in Cheltenham, I think it was last Thursday, to witness the departure of a fleet of ambulances from the Queen's Hotel, which have been taken out of service from because of the new ambulances and hospitals trust, and they were on their way over with paramedics, with medical supplies to be used for relief work in Ukraine and in Poland. It's part of what has been a magnificent response in our community. Last night I attended a meeting of some residents of my own division who are working very hard on welcoming the guests that we will be taking, and they want to help them in lots of ways, and they want to do it to a very high standard. Councillor David Willingham mentioned earlier on quite correctly the impact on people's mental health and indeed their whole health. It is something that is a concern to us. I raised it yesterday at the Health and Wellbeing Board during a discussion on adverse childhood experiences, and obviously that's something we will incorporate as one of our responses. But all I can say in conclusion is Slava Ukraini.
Councillor Harman, thank you very much. Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. Following a Facebook post, I expected Gloucestershire residents to turn up with what maybe would fill a small van. What I didn't expect was over 3,000 donations and 150 volunteers, which equaled to 160 tonnes of aid and back-to-back traffic donations as far as I could see, all within a single day. Donations arrived from all over our county, from Berkeley, Stroud, Cotswolds, Tewkesbury and the Forest of Dean, enabled us to fill over 5 44-tonne lorries, 7 large box vans and a warehouse that was provided for free in Brockworth. From this, several other donation points were built across our county, enabling to date over 20 plus lorries to have been sent combined. Gloucestershire was the quickest county in our country to get aid to the Ukraine. This was recognised by House of Lords Lord Dan Hannan, who advised that our response from Gloucester was quicker than any government could do. Our collaboration with the Ukraine Red Cross, Polish ambassador, local Polish association, enabled humanitarian aid to seamlessly be dispatched through customs from the UK, France, Holland, Germany, Poland, straight to Ukraine with no issues. Our direct communication with the Ukrainian resistance, Red Cross, local Polish volunteers, the refuge centres, refuge border crossings, ensured that the correct aid was dispatched from the very start. While we all sit here now, we have 2 lorries currently in Poland, both from Gloucestershire, being unloaded, one at an orphanage in Poland and another being offloaded at the Ukrainian border, all from our Gloucestershire donations. Following this fantastic and generous response from Gloucestershire residents and businesses for our call to aid, we travelled over the lorries to ensure that the aid was delivered to the right people and the right places that needed it. We personally unloaded the delivered aid straight from our lorries to the refuge border crossing into Ukraine, filling family vehicles. Then we went across the Polish border into Ukraine, making our way deeper into Ukraine while witnessing miles and miles of backed-up traffic and families, busloads of women and children queuing to escape. We ventured into various secret storage facilities, which we made with local volunteers, which housed food and aid stores. The same night we were there, 30 Russian missiles hit within 5 kilometres of our location. Seeing the good work our county is doing and the first-hand difference it makes to the hundreds of women and children in the refuge camp has been life-changing. I was not prepared for what I saw. But things have been progressing well. Our county has been the pinnacle of food and medical aid. Sorry everyone. But yeah, lots has progressed. I just got back last night. We donated, if this is in the press, please this bit out. Oh, sorry, it's live. We donated a special vehicle to help aid go across. And I'm also just had a brilliant donation for the States for £100,000 worth of ballistic vests for humanitarian workers to get the aid into the besieged cities. So I'm purchasing that hopefully from Cardiff this weekend. I just sorted the export licensing for it. So just thank you, and thanks Mark for and in the county for sorting out the warehouse that's going to be sorted soon. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers, and thank you, members. I was actually going to call for a specific round of applause to the Call to Aid team and the coordinated efforts that you've all done, but that's already happened, so thank you very much. I'd like to move on to Councillor Dave Norman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure many members are aware of the donations made by your Fire and Rescue Service to the appeal from the Home Office and the National Fire Chiefs Council for any surplus vehicles and equipment to be sent to the Ukrainian Fire and Rescue Service to support their efforts to rescue casualties and to fight the fires in the major towns and cities that we sadly are witnessing every day. It was pleasing for me to see our aerial ladder platform that has given 20 years of service to Gloucestershire being readied for its journey through Europe, and to witness our staff packing equipment to be utilised by Ukrainian firefighters. We were able to dispatch portable generators, angle grinders, reciprocating saws, extension cables and reels, portable lighting, battery impact wrenches, battery chargers and jerry cans. We've also donated a number of AEDs, as some of ours were getting towards the end of their serviceable life due to age. That is, they start to die after 12 years of age. They weren't part of the initial list of equipment requested, but we've sent them as life-saving medical equipment. Our firefighters, both on and off duty, have helped with the humanitarian aid efforts of sorting, boxing and loading the lorries that Alistair's referred to that have gone to Poland for distribution. A truly amazing effort from all the fire and rescue services across the southwest. Finally, Mr. Chairman, over the last 12 days, fire and rescue services across the UK have worked tirelessly to identify equipment and resources to be donated to Ukrainian firefighters who are in desperate need. Mark Hardiman, Chief of the National Fire Chiefs Council, said, to see the convoy of 22 fire and rescue service vehicles packed with thousands of items to start its journey was incredibly humbling. Every single person from the fire and rescue services who made this possible should be incredibly proud of how their work has made this a reality. Our fire and rescue service is front and centre in this effort, and we should thank them whenever we get that chance. I've always said it, firefighters are doers. The past 2 weeks have proved that. Thank you.
Councillor Norman, thank you very much. Councillor Jeremy Orton.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to everybody that's spoken before. Thank you to Alistair for going out to, I think it's Poland, to take all that humanitarian equipment there. I think that is admirable piece of work to do. It's quite clear that this is Putin's war. Nobody else's but Vladimir Putin. It was totally unprovoked. The whole purpose is to obliterate a free and independent people, a free and independent country. That country is Ukraine. I've been amazed by the bravery of the Ukrainian people, particularly the armed forces and the civilians who have been fleeing the Russian bombs to get out. But the way the Ukrainians have defended their country against all odds is exceptional, and I'm sure they're very proud of themselves. At the moment, Kiev is still standing, it's still free, and it's still independent. And let's hope that it stays that way. It's right that we should provide humanitarian support. I was very happy to sign off the note to allow the fire appliances and all the fire equipment to go as soon as possible, and to support Dave Norman in that regard. It was the right thing to do to supply our surplus fire equipment to be used in quite clearly the theatre of war, but it should, we hope, save some people's lives and also help protect the firefighters there and maybe the voluntary firefighters to do their work. It's also right that we should provide humanitarian support to the people that arrive in the UK, and it's right that the government have relaxed the rules. I was rather ashamed of the situation where a minister was suggesting Ukrainian refugees should go and pick strawberries. Frankly, that was an insult to the Ukrainian people, and I'm glad we've managed to sort that out. And the briefing we've had today looks like the UK is going to provide a refuge for many people fleeing this war-torn country. Just think there might be two things, Chair, that we could do. We could write a letter to the Ukrainian ambassador to show solidarity with his country. We've done that at the City Council. We also sent another letter off to the Russian ambassador saying how disgusted we were with the Russians' actions. I think we should certainly send a letter of support to the Ukrainian ambassador to just let him know that Gloucestershire County Council stands 100% behind the Ukrainian nation, and that we will do our best to look after his citizens that probably arrive here seeking refuge. And the other thing I think we should do is write a letter to both John Major and Gordon Brown, former Prime Ministers who've called for a Nuremberg-style trial of Vladimir Putin after the war. I'm sure Putin is going to, at some point, lose his position. It normally happens to dictators that start having wars with democratic countries. They take us for granted, and they then find out that it's not so easy as they first thought. But he should be made to stand trial for the atrocities and the war crimes that Vladimir Putin has initiated. And I think we should write to John Major and Gordon Brown to say that we support what they called for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Lisa Spivey, please.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly support this motion today. It is incredibly important that we show our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and everything that's happening there, and absolutely condemn what Putin has done and started. I speak from personal experience in these matters, especially where the refugees are concerned. Not all of you will know, but my maiden name is Trinovsky. My father is an ex-Yugoslav, Croatian these days, but of course, back in the early 90s, that was one country until they all decided to fight each other. And at that time, my father worked abroad. He was a sea captain in the Merchant Navy, and he would be away for 6 months at a time. So my mum and I were at home, and one day this woman arrived with 2 young children in a suitcase. That was my cousin's wife and my 5- and 7-year-old second cousins. They had been living in Serbia and had been secreted out of Serbia via the Czech Republic and brought here to the UK with the Red Cross. This had happened because one day somebody arrived at their apartment block with a gun and said, "This is no longer your home, it is ours, move out." They did that, and they brought everything that they could in one small suitcase for a new life. My cousin was still in hiding in Serbia. He's a Bosnian from parents from Montenegro, etc. It was very, very difficult, as we're seeing here also in Ukraine, where there are many people of Russian descent who are involved. So my cousin eventually came here, and he and his wife and children made a very good life in Ayr in Scotland. And there is now a huge community of ex-Yugoslavs in Glasgow and the surrounding area who've made a very valuable contribution to life there and been incredibly successful. My aunt didn't make it out. She died of cancer because she couldn't get access to the treatment that she needed, and many other family members suffered terribly as a result of that war. And I think it's very, very sad to see yet again another war on European soil brought about by by crazy dictators. And I really hope that we can do everything that we can, not just in a humanitarian point of view, but also incredibly importantly from a political point of view, to bring extreme pressure on Putin to stop this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Councillor Phil Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a vital role for schools in our response to this humanitarian crisis. And of course, Gloucestershire has a proud record of supporting refugees in its schools. But let me tell you about what's already happening. Our Director of Education, our Manager for Access to Education, and our Post-16 Education Services Manager already attend the migrant settlement meeting, which takes place every fortnight. And that meeting coordinates the work of GCC, the 6 district councils, health and other agencies. There's also a Home Office representation, and crucially, Gareth are represented. And as of last week, that body, with our own education service right at its heart, is now acting as the key communication hub around Ukrainian refugees in Gloucestershire. Whilst the circumstances of Syrian, Afghan and Ukrainian refugees may differ, the process around school places is the same. We've got strong and well-established working practices between Gareth and our Access to Education team to provide support for refugee families with the school applications process. Our primary schools are very supportive of placing refugees. Yes, there's pressure on the numbers, but schools have shown flexibility in making room. Historically, there's been less flexibility in the secondary sector, but improvements that we set in train to better support the Afghan refugees will now prove timely as we seek to place Ukrainian children in our secondary schools. Post-16, we've been working with FE and adult education to ensure educational and socialisation support for Afghan refugees, and this too will now become part of our offer for Ukrainians. And I've talked about this in terms of accommodating refugees, but really it's about welcoming them. Against the backdrop of all the harrowing images, we need to consider the very nature of human resilience and how many of those Ukrainians about to become part of our communities will seize their chance as a new opportunity and contribute to the richness of our own national fabric. And we've just heard Councillor Spivey speak movingly about that. Back in December 1977, there was an 11-year-old Kurdish Iraqi boy.
If you could sum up, please, Councillor Robinson.
And his family, and they fled from Baghdad and Saddam Hussein and settled in London. That 11-year-old boy didn't have a word of English. He's now our Secretary of State for Education. So let's be proud of our history of supporting refugees in Gloucestershire. Let's make education a key to their success as they begin new lives among us.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Andrew Gravels.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, in your opening remarks, you kindly referred to the re-signing of the Armed Forces Community Covenant ceremony, which took place last week. And against the backdrop of this motion and what's going on in the Ukraine, I just want to briefly, if I may, Chair, comment on that. Over 50 organisations and individuals were present, including, most importantly of all, representatives from the military bases here in the county. Each of the 6 district councils were present, parish councils and all of the NHS boards, representatives from SAFA, the RBL, Gloucestershire Constabulary, the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and so it goes on. It was a well-attended, inclusive re-signing ceremony, very moving. I'm grateful to all of those who attended for sharing with us their commitment and loyalty to our nation's armed forces, whether they're serving personnel, reservists or veterans. We have all signed up again to the Covenant to ensure that none of our forces' personnel will ever be disadvantaged when accessing public services because of their membership of the armed forces, and we have pledged to continue and to build on that work. Chairman and Council, the hellish and heartbreaking scenes which we're seeing daily, hourly on our television screens from Ukraine remind us, if ever we needed reminding, that our liberties, our freedoms and our democracy are only safe when our nation's defences are secure and we are united as a nation in honouring and respecting all that our armed forces do to protect and safeguard us when we are threatened. Finally, Chairman, it is a privilege to serve this Council as its Armed Forces champion, and along with the great Armed Forces team here at the County Council, we will continue with this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Councillor Stephen Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to speak particularly on some of the practical things we're doing, but I think they've been covered quite extensively this morning already in terms of what we're doing in schools and the additional money available. But I think there's a couple of things I'd like to say. I think each wave of refugees are different, and until we experience it, we won't know what the challenges are. With the Ukrainians, we expect there to be women and children, and we expect that to create different challenges and issues. And in children's services, we're preparing to how do we handle these people who will arrive hugely traumatised by their experience, and as we've discussed earlier, we need to prepare to provide support to them. And there will be issues that we do not yet fully understand, and we'll need to work on those too. The other comment I wanted to make was about community. I think we saw in COVID communities really rallying together, and I know in my local village there is a WhatsApp group looking to see what they can do to help, and I think that will come into their own when there are people residing locally who will need assistance. But we should capture that support, because I think it's hugely important. But I wanted to make a personal comment as well. I think many of us in this room are probably news addicts, but I have occasionally felt I wanted to turn the news off because it's just too much to watch. And eventually I was talking to my wife and she suggested we need to do something. Now I don't know, I can't do what Alistair's done. I'm in huge awe of what he has done, but we volunteered and offered our accommodation to a family, and if ever being a councillor gets me fast-tracked, this is the time I would like it to happen. Let's be honest, I am DBS checked already. So I think we can all do our bit, and I hope that I will be able to help some people out of the Ukraine in a small way.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Cathy Williams.
Thank you, Chairman. Like all of you, obviously, the shock and horror of what's happened these last few weeks, but it's actually meeting people in the areas you represent. I don't know if you're finding it, but every person you meet is just shocked and horrified by what they're seeing. Being part of the relief gathering and the work and experiencing that, what Alistair and Yarrow started, was amazing and was very moving and gave me some faith that in mankind there are still good people. I think particularly in my role, I will be looking to community links and networking, because the Ukrainian refugees or guests will be going to all parts of our county. So as you as members, I'll be relying on you to be sort of the link pin with me, particularly, and to make sure that we know that people are being looked after. But it's also about our host families will need some support as well, because this isn't a short-term fix. This is a long-term fix. And 6 months, even then, we don't know what's going to happen until after that. So I'll be, if any of you feel particularly you would like to bring anything to my attention, then please do. And I equally will do that with you. And what I'll use is the Members Matter format and pass regular bulletins through that so that you know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Brian Tipper.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't really planning to say anything this morning because I think there are people more eloquent than me to say things that need saying. There are two events in my life that I remember very, very well. One was the Ethiopian famine years and years ago. And I remember well the black lady who just buried her child, and the emotions are involved there. And the other one now was to see a young lady who had just lost her child, and because of a, so say, a stray a missile bomb or whatever. But needless to say, it was a life wasted. Basically, I've got on my feet, and it may seem baseless and silly, but Putin has got to be made to pay. And by pay, I mean he's got to recompense all these people that he's displaced. Let's face it, he has just taken over the Ukraine, and he's displacing all the people that doesn't believe in his politics, and frankly, the two faces of communism. Communism is that we've now realised is that probably their money through their billionaires in this country, probably they own the money, and all they are the voice pieces of the way they spend that money. Like we had to pay the Americans after the last war for what they did for us, and if I recall correctly, it was Brown that paid the last payment, when that was paid off. That was how recent we had to continue to pay in this country. What I'm trying to say is that Putin, no matter how all this ends up, whether it ends up where he's told to go back home and leave the Ukraine alone, or whatever happens, we welcome the children, that we welcome the families that have come to this country, and we're not expecting them to pay. Putin, at the end of the day, has got to pick up the tab. And by the tab, it is everyone in this world that has been put out simply because Putin has decided to invade the Ukraine. Frankly, he has to pay every penny that the Western world has paid out on his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tipper. I think we're going remote now to Councillor Alex Eggenbarth. Councillor Eggenbarth, are you there?
Indeed. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, picking your Alex, yes.
Good, excellent, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. First, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody who have donated and have taken in Ukrainian families. It's so vital, and the hard work that people have been doing all across the county, including Councillor Chambers, and the hard work he's done, extraordinary effort of taking all those supplies over to Poland. It's very commendable indeed. So 3 weeks ago, I became a new father again. So now I have a toddler and a newborn, which is why I look as haggard as I do. But ultimately, thanks to the hard work of local midwives, due to, despite complications, I was grateful to know my child was born safely and in a safe environment. And when I would go back into Gloucester Royal over the next few days as my wife and newborn recovered, I realised I was so grateful for knowing they were safe from Russian rockets. And when I was dropping my toddler off at this local nursery, I was grateful he wasn't threatened by Russian artillery, which is something I would never think I would have to think about, or have to think that other people would have to think about. But of course, families in Ukraine don't have that luxury of safety, and many are caught in the crosshairs of Russian guns, and is forcing children to see the most brutal realities of the world. And this is why it's so important that we do a motion like this, because I know some may think, well, we are a county council in the middle of England, like what can we do? But ultimately showing that solidarity, standing up and saying, no, this isn't acceptable, this isn't right, and this isn't something we're willing to tolerate, is an important message. And if councils across our country and across Europe and across the world can do this, to say that this isn't right and this isn't acceptable, it's an important message for us to get across. But one thing I wanted to add on the end of this, I know we've talked about making sure there are places and funding for schools and the like, but I hope we can find some extra funding to help Ukrainian preschoolers who might come over to maybe go to local nurseries or local playgroups to try and maybe reclaim some of that childhood especially if they've been through harrowing experiences. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Egamar, thank you very much and get well soon. Councillor Collinet.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take this opportunity of just thanking so many people in Gloucestershire for their generosity and their willingness to take on refugees, visitors, however you want to call that. And it's not the first time, as has been mentioned. And I was going to talk about the refugees from the former Yugoslavia, whether that was Bosnia, Croatia and Serbia and so on. That's where I first came across that. And that was a more complicated situation because there were refugees from different factions that were actually fighting each other. So there was a logistical problem in making sure that we didn't place them in the wrong places or too close to one another. And I was, it was soon after the establishment of the Gloucestershire Furniture Recycling Project, and so met quite a number of the people who came to volunteer to help. Because I think one of the things which we must recognise is just how grateful refugees are for a place of sanctuary. And I use that term, sanctuary. It has a meaning which is really powerful. Cheltenham is a registered, it's a sanctuary town. It has that designation, and it would be great if Gloucestershire, if that's possible, gets that designation. Sanctuary is a place of peace and protection. They're so grateful, they really want to pay back to the country that has taken them in what they can give for that sanctuary. And that is so valuable. And I think on YouTube you can look up I Have Refugees, and it's all sorts of famous people, sons of famous people who've been refugees, and the fantastic contribution they've made in terms of science, medicine, the arts, etc. So I think we need to recognise that. And it's been spontaneous from people in Gloucestershire. I have to say I was deeply saddened at the initial response that came from government. Thankfully, that's been put right by a lot of pressure from fellow parliamentarians and people outside Parliament to change that mind. But that is just so important that we get back a reputation of being a place of sanctuary. And I hope when the refugees that come here will feel that that love and affection, really, that people in Gloucestershire have to protect people in the way that we've done in the past. So it's just with that, I think, you know, we want to welcome them as they come in and give them that safety that they deserve.
Councillor Hay, thank you very much. Councillor Joe Harris.
Thank you. And what a fantastic debate, actually, and some brilliant contributions. How lucky are we to live in a democracy? How lucky are we to be able to put our views without fear of retribution, live the type of lives that we want to lead, and be free? I think we can all be blessed for that, because, let's be clear, life under Putin isn't like that. Life in Ukraine wouldn't be like that if Putin is successful, which is why he must not be successful. And I want to recognise that actually sanctions do work, because we are already starting to see shifts in Putin's rhetoric from just a month ago. Putin's sanctions do work. We saw that in South Africa with apartheid, which eventually unravelled due to international pressure, due to sanctions. It does look like it's starting to work. And I want to thank everybody in Gloucestershire, in the Cotswolds, and those in this chamber that have done something to help. Alistair, a really powerful contribution there. Thank you so much for everything that you have done, and I'd love to buy you a drink at some point. You know, I take my hat off to you. It's one thing to talk about these things. It's quite another to get in a lorry, pack up, and drive halfway across Europe. So thank you for your work on that. We've got a proud history here in Gloucestershire of providing sanctuary for those in need, whether it was in after the Second World War, north of Cirencester, Daglingworth was turned into a temporary camp for those displaced, for those Polish people displaced by the Second World War, or more recently in the Syrian or Afghan conflicts. And I think it's worth reflecting on that. We still have 12,000 Afghan refugees in temporary accommodation. So I hope that the approach we've seen to the Ukrainian crisis can help those people who are stuck in sometimes quite, unsatisfactory conditions in temporary hotel accommodation. I really hope we can do something to support them. And I just want to make a point as well. I think we need to be really careful as well about the terminology that we use around refugees. I've heard people refer to these people as guests or evacuees. I think we need to be consistent with our language, because why weren't Afghan refugees guests? Why weren't Syrian refugees evacuees? You know, we need to be consistent to ensure that there is that fairness. And I want to stress, being a refugee is nothing to be ashamed of. It's not your fault that your country is, in trouble. And I think the whole discourse over the past, 5, 6, 7, last decade, unfortunately, has sometimes meant that refugees are tarred with a brush that isn't fair. I want to be clear to those Ukrainians, to those Syrians, to those Afghans, and to the other refugees that we will find coming to our country as climate change happens, as the world becomes more unstable and we see conflicts. You are welcome in our county, and Gloucestershire will continue to be a sanctuary for those in need. You're welcome in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Fifield.
Thank you, Chair. It's really struck me seeing the images that have been sent back to us, most of us who haven't been there, and it's amazing to hear from Alistair, who is an absolute hero, It's been, I found the images, the sort of conventional nature of this war really harrowing, and it's quite a remarkable thing to see at this time in the 21st century, to see a conventional war happening on the continent of Europe in that way, seeing convoys of conventional tanks rolling down main roads of a sovereign, independent country. I think it's been harrowing. But I do think we do need to remember that this is also a modern war. And in fact, there are many people in Gloucestershire who will actually be making a contribution to this fight. We have many civil servants who will have been involved not only in the financial response, but in the national security response in Gloucestershire, thousands of them. I think it's really important that we put our thanks on the record to them, and the heightened stress and lost sleep that they would have been experiencing even before the conventional invasion that happened. So I hope collectively, as a council, we can also make that really clear and send our thanks to those people who've put so much on the line, personally, I'm sure, for their part in this struggle against a tyrannical regime, which hopefully will be dislodged soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fifield. Members, am I seeing any other speakers before I go back to the leader? Thank you. Members, there was a suggestion from Councillor Hilton on whether the leader wants to pick up on this, on writing to the Ukrainian ambassador and also to John Major and Gordon Brown separately. I don't know if the leader would like to comment on that at all. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You never put me on the spot. You just make me think slightly quicker. I'll take that away. I mean, I think the key for me at the moment is making sure that we're delivering the right action to help the crisis that's unfolding now. Examples of people donating money through the charities on the website, examples of communities coming together and taking lorries loads of much needed urgent aid to Poland and to Ukraine, as being demonstrated by Alistair, and all the fantastic work that's being done by the community groups that have been pulled together. The demonstration of people putting up their homes to welcome in refugees and give them a safe haven for a crisis. I think, in my view, that's what we need to be focusing on, because we need to focus on the here and now. And the strongest message that we can send as a county is the actions we take to support those trapped on the border of Poland and Ukraine, and those that will be flowing here, and support them to recover from what is an experience that none of us can even remotely begin to imagine. So I think that should be our focus. And it is right that we welcome those refugees, and they're going to have some real issues that we're going to have to support them through. Not least, I think, as being reflected by many in this room, the children that will be coming here, torn from their homes, having seen some horrific violence and potentially the death of neighbours and loved ones in a conflict that none of us, I think, would have ever expected to see in our lifetime on European soil again. But I think we also need to be very clear, and I think the government and the world is very clear on this. Giving refuge to those fleeing the war is one thing, but we need to make sure that they have a home that they can return to if they want to. We need to make sure there is a free Ukraine. We need to make sure that democracy is allowed to continue to flourish in that country, because that's what the Ukrainian people want. But also, I think as a free world, if we allow Ukraine to fall, then there really is a dark shroud falling upon democracy across our world. So our efforts must be united. Our message must be strong. Our support must be unwavering, because only then will we see down Putin and his totalitarian regime and show that democracy and freedom are things that people are worth fighting for, worth standing up for, and worth defending. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Members, motion 895, Ukraine. Okay. Can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour? Unanimous. Members, thank you very much. On to motion 893, policing and anti-social behaviour. Councillor Jeremy Hilton to propose. Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping this is going to be another one of those motions which everybody can agree to. But Mark is smiling, and I'm expecting to receive an amendment which he's not been prepared to give to me beforehand. Some bit of history here. At one time, Gloucestershire County Council used to be the police authority. Then, at another appointed time, it became an independent police authority in which Gloucestershire County councillors were appointed to it. Then a few years ago, Theresa May, who was very keen on it, decided that we ought to have police and crime commissioners that would take over. The reason was it was supposed to improve democracy, and it was supposed to make our police services better than they were before. But the facts over a period of time suggest that things haven't been getting better until just recently. In July 2021, there were 26,000 cases of antisocial behaviour in a 12-month period. This is the figures from the new Police and Crime Commissioner, and he said that they'd gone up by 3% in that 12-month period. When we're looking at police officers, in 2009, between 2009 and 2018, the number of uniformed police officers employed by Gloucestershire County Council, this is House of Commons Library stats, dropped by 299 police officers. when we look at government grant between 2010-11 to 2019-20, the government grant has dropped to £54 million, down £8 million on what it had been back in 2010. We do know that the previous Police and Crime Commission has started to change things, and I think government grants started to get better as well. So that both helped, and that we've seen an increase in the number of police officers employed. And that the shortage now, based on what it was in 2009, is now 156 short. I've met Chris Nelson twice, and he's a likeable chap, though some say he's not. I like him, and he's been very helpful in dealing with crime issues in Kingsholm. I spoke to him twice about the issues related to the problems we were getting in London Road, and things have been getting better. But he did make 6 pledges in his manifesto, and there's 2 of them that this motion refers to. The first is to reduce antisocial behaviour by 50%, and the second one is to increase police numbers. And I'm talking about bobbies on the beat, either uniformed police officers or police and community support officers, by 300. We all know that bobbies on the beat really makes people feel much safer in their communities, and it does deal with and nips in the bud petty crime and antisocial behaviour. As Rod Hanson, the Chief Constable, says, all policing begins and ends in neighbourhoods. I agree with him. He's right. But I am worried by the statements made by Chris Nelson recently, suggesting that he's only going to manage to increase the uniformed police officers by 106. That's full-time police officers. I'm not talking about part-time officers that might be working 4 hours a week. I'm talking about police officers that are working 40 hours a week in our communities. It's our job to hold Chris Nelson to account, to scrutinise the work he's doing. In the old days, we used to be able to ask questions, Chair, of the chairman of the police authority. I often did that. It was a very rewarding thing to do because you could challenge the chair of the police authority about what was happening in the council chamber. It was really useful for those who didn't sit on a police committee or didn't sit on the police and crime panel as we have today. So that's why the motion's asking him to come and address this council. Because I'd like to listen to him, to hear what he has to say about how he's going to achieve these 2 key objectives. That is to reduce antisocial behaviour by 50% and increase the number of police officers. I'd like to know what his baseline is so we can see what he's talking about, what it was when he took over office last May, what was the actual antisocial behaviour and what did it include, and 2, how many police officers did we have employed exactly at that time so that we can see what the difference is of 3 years of him being in office. I wish him the best, Chair. I mean, I agree with these objectives 100%, but they need to be delivered. And I think that's the important for us as members of this council to do it in a friendly way, not in a hostile way, but in a friendly way, to challenge him to make sure that we get those extra 300 police officers and we see antisocial behaviour cut in half by the end of his term of office. Thank you, Chair. Hope you can support.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Looking for a seconder, Councillor David Brown. Councillor Brown, do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to start by acknowledging the excellent work of our frontline officers. They're under so much pressure the minute they start their shift. So thank you. Supporting them in their difficult role is the focus and intention of this motion. I also just want to put on record, as Chair of Gloucester Neighbourhood Watch, that I appreciate and value the Constabulary's Neighbourhood Watch unit. I was impressed too to hear the Commissioners speak at National Neighbourhood Watch Week last summer when he spoke clearly and with passion of his aspiration to see Neighbourhood Watch across the county double its membership. There are in the region of 11,000 member households in Gloucester City alone. My thanks to the Commissioner. That said, I'm not all smiles. This is a motion similar to the motion I brought to Council 4 years ago. The aim then was to put the focus on resourcing of the front line, or call for more bobbies on the beat to reduce crime. Still the same objective today, with the emphasis now on pushing for a promise made to be a promise kept. The key top-line 5-star priority made by the Commissioner last May was to employ an additional 300 officers over the 3-year term of office. These kinds of statements are important, but what happens? Less than a year on, and that top-line 5-star priority is gone. It seems it's not going to be 300 additional officers. The budget now is for 102 officers and 4 PCSOs, a 65% reduction in ambition. Do you think that Gloucestershire residents who hear about this about turn will be happy? I can tell you they won't. Not happy in Gloucester, not happy in Cheltenham, not happy in the Forest of Dean, the Cotswolds, Stroud, and not happy in Tewkesbury. Furthermore, another key 5-star priority put before the public last May was to reduce antisocial behaviour by 50%. Now, this is the language of angels to the ears of all law-abiding citizens of Gloucestershire. The language of angels is all well and good, but the devil is in the
15
detail.
seconds, Councillor Brown.
And that is what the residents of Gloucestershire need to hear now. What this motion does is to give Police and Crime Commissioner a gift that is the public transport platform to explain how he can deliver on his original resourcing commitment and give more detail on how he plans to go about reducing antisocial behaviour by 50%. I hope you will support this gift of a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Mark Hawthorne.
We have an amendment which I'm happy for it to be put on screen. And I'm also happy, before I speak, if the opposition want a moment to reflect on our wording to see whether or not they will agree. Okay, if that's all right with you, we can do a recess. 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
I can't read it. It's
Well, it'll be emailed to you.
It's a pity it's not being handed out as a piece of paper, because I think that would be helpful. Emails are not very good because I've only got my mobile phone today. I've forgotten my iPad.
Well, it looks like a number of your groups have got iPads, so maybe you can, share a screen with one of them.
Well, Mark, I think it would have been polite to make sure that we had some printed copies of your.
We're trying to be environmentally
beforehand.
friendly.
Yeah, well, we are where we are,
Don't
members.
give me
We
that
will
nonsense.
have a recess. If we could reconvene at 12 noon, please. Thank you, members. Members, can you take your seats, please? We'll go straight into it. Just get that. Members, the National Day of Reflection. Today marks the second National Day of Reflection, a day for remembering those we have sadly lost due to COVID-19. So I want to take this opportunity, pretty well dead on now, 12 o'clock noon, to have a minute's silence, please, and stand up. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. We will resume on motion 893, policing and anti-social behaviour, and I'm handing back over to the leader, Councillor Mark Hawthorne, to present the amendment.
I take it you're rejecting the amendment? Oh, right, okay, sorry. Just wanted to check before I do my speech, because it might be a very different one if you were accepting it, but hey-ho. Okay, well, so here we are after 8 years of the Liberal Democrats defending a failing and inadequate service. They finally got an opinion on Gloucestershire policing that's not being spoon-fed to them by Martin Searle. Because let's not forget, the Lib Dems spent 8 years backing the so-called independent, including delivering his leaflets and defending his track record whenever they could. But last May, the voters of Gloucestershire overwhelmingly backed change. They backed a PCC that wanted to increase policing on our streets, not spend money on luxury horse stables. A PCC who wanted to fix our failing 101 service, not spend an inordinate amount of money trying to take over fire. They voted for a PCC who was interested in policing, not personal vanity projects and Twitter rants blaming everyone else but himself. So I am proud to stand here today and put the record straight and stand up for our new Police and Crime Commissioner, because under Chris, the inadequacies of the past, the inadequacies enabled by the Liberal Democrats, are finally being tackled. Chris has made it clear that he wants to have more visible policing in our communities, and that's what he's delivering. For Chris's Conservative plan will see the largest increase in deployable strength for Gloucestershire Police for a generation. He plans at least an extra 340 pairs of boots on the ground by 2024. Fully warranted constables tackling crime and antisocial behaviour in our communities across the county. But his plan doesn't stop there. He wants to tackle the chronic underfunding of our police and control panel service. That's why Chris's plan is investing in new technology, new telephony, and an extra 170 support staff, freeing up officers for the front line and dramatically cutting 101 waiting times. Making sure that the residents of Gloucestershire get the support they need. And let's also talk about antisocial behaviour. So police do need to work in partnership, and that's what Chris believes in. They do need to get support from the Home Office, and that's exactly what Chris secured with his £1 million bid just the other week. So Chris is putting forward a plan that I'm sure he would be more than welcome to come here and explain. But we need to put the record straight. We need to show he is delivering, that he is keeping to his manifesto commitment, that real investment is happening, and that's why you should back this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Norman, do you wish to speak now? Or I will speak now. Thank you, Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chairman. Within my division, we have an issue of antisocial behaviour. I've met with Chris, and I'm looking to mount a joint programme involving some youth workers to meet this challenge head-on. Both the Police and Crime Commissioner and his deputy understand ASB needs addressing. He has my support. He would welcome talking to any other member in this chamber to look at issues of antisocial behaviour. Every Police and Crime Commissioner wants more visible policing, and again we should support that aim. Achieving that costs money, so it was pleasing to see that the budget of the PCC was passed unanimously by the Police and Crime Panel. It's refreshing to see that the current PCC is looking to make policing our streets a priority and not spending its budget on shiny new buildings or pet projects. More boots on the streets will improve the service Gloucestershire residents receive from their constabulary. For example, helping the victims alongside a police service that will meet the needs of the majority who live or work within our county. Special constables who volunteer to be part of policing in our county give up their precious time to keep our county safe. We should applaud and support them. They are fully warranted police officers with the power of arrest. They carry their own crime workloads and provide critical support to full-time officers. You wouldn't describe our military reservists as being less than regulars, and you shouldn't describe special constables in that way either. We now have a PCC who wants to work collaboratively, as he has a duty to do so as outlined in the 2017 Act. His predecessor wanted to develop an empire. He wouldn't enter into a dialogue with the cabinet member. This PCC is investing in improving road safety. He has my full support, and he should have everybody's support in this room. Naturally, we all want to see a reduction in petty crime and antisocial behaviour. Of course, we want to see more human resources available for deployment by the police operational control. However, as long as the OPCC is able to, by the end of this cycle, deliver a safer Gloucestershire in policing terms, we should support that work. I certainly do, so please support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Norman, thank you very much. We are now debating the amendment. Can I have an indication of speakers, please? Councillor Colin Hay.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what we're seeing is the sort of tribalism that you get here. I mean, clearly what Martin was doing, he employed a lot more PCSOs. He argued very strongly with the Chief Constable to change the way the police was organised to make it more based on localities than the Chief Constable at the time wanted to do. So I think, you know, and he also, you're saying, you know, Chris Nelson wants to put more, they always use the term boots on the street. In other words, they just can be anybody so long as they've got a pair of shoes on. You know, not investing in buildings. That building is now helping Chris to train police officers that he is going to need. So I think, you know, let's put that bit of tribalism to one side. The thing is, what's important here is that there were certain pledges made in the manifesto. And saying 300 police officers and then saying, yeah, well, 200 of those are part-time. They only have to do 4 hours a week. So actually, you can cut that down by 10. So it's actually only 20 full-time equivalents potentially with those specials. Now, the reason I'm objecting, and I think we need to make sure that the Police and Crime Commissioner does his utmost to fulfil the pledges. Is, as any politician, pledges made in a manifesto are important. That is what gets you elected. And if within a few months you say, oh yeah, well, it wasn't really a pledge, it was a hope, a desire, because at the budget meeting of the Police and Crime Panel, he said, I will be jolly lucky to do this. He was told before the election that 300 police officers was almost impossible. You would not be able to do it with the resources that are available. So he knew that, but carried on with that. The other pledge, I will cut antisocial behaviour by 50%. Actually, that's almost certainly going to be impossible.
10 seconds.
So what we want to do is to keep him to his pledges that he made, and certainly the impression that he gave to members of the public. He needs to be in front of this chamber to explain that. I know what that is like as an ex-chairman of the police authority when it was part of the county council. Not only was it a political debating chamber at the police and crime police committee at the time, but also I had to answer questions at full council by anyone, no notice, just answer questions. So, you know, I know what it's like, and I was happy to do that, and I'll be happy if Chris Nelson comes to explain his actions in terms of delivering his manifesto.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Councillor Ben Evans.
Thank you, Chair. If this morning was maybe the best of cooperative local politics, I would suggest that maybe this is the worst, because I'm really new to this and I try and keep my normal head on when I enter into this chamber. And in any other line of work that I've ever done, to say we're going to do something and not achieve it, what you do is you say, okay, we're going to change it, we're going to adapt, we're going to adopt. What you don't do is just change the parameters completely. And that's what's happened here. If I was going to go into the, into Churchdown this afternoon and go into the Hare and Hounds or the Old Elm and say to people, I'm going to bring 300 police officers. Well, most people would Scarpa, actually. But apart from that, if it wasn't for that, most people would expect that to be 300 police officers. And if I then said, well, actually, it's not 300 police officers, it's something else, they would say to me, in the normal world outside of the chamber and outside of politics, they would say to me, okay, fair enough, I see what you're doing, but that isn't 300 police officers. And I'd say, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And so I just think it's really disingenuous, and I don't think it's helpful. There are some helpful things in the amendment, I think, and I think that from the sort of what we'd already proposed in terms of him coming here, I think that is useful. I'd also like to comment on the volunteers, and volunteers are an incredibly valuable resource. They in lots of jobs and lots of professions, they're invaluable because they're giving their time freely and they're doing it quite often to sort of progress their career or to give something back to the community. And they're a tremendous resource. But we've seen what happened with youth services when a professional, paid, trained workforce was replaced with a big community offer of, we'll let volunteers run this. And it was a unmitigated failure. And so whilst I would be fully supportive of volunteers, and I really am, and every special and everybody who volunteers should be commended, and I would personally shake them all by the hand and thank them, I think to pretend, because this is what this is doing, to pretend that is the same as the pledge for 300 police officers is actually just dishonest. I don't think it's honest. And so I couldn't back this amendment, although there are some good things in there, and some of the bits that we put in originally, there are some bits in there. I couldn't back it because I wouldn't be being honest with myself to back that. And so that's why I'm against it. And I would urge colleagues on all sides just to think about, look, how do the public view us? What the public aren't
10
stupid.
seconds, Councillor Evans.
How do the public view us? And what do they think when they see things like this, which is so obviously a fudge? What do the public think of us?
Councillor David Willingham.
Thank you, Chair. Having read the amendment, I seem to get the feeling it's been inspired by a mixture of the confusion of Diane Abbott and the footwear fetish of Imelda Marcos, talking about boots on the ground instead of what should be 300 extra police officers. My personal view is I wish that the PCC would focus on issues where there is evidence of crime and disorder, rather than those where there is none. In our town, in Cheltenham, he decided to object to licensable activity where his own force had no evidence of any harm. Yet on serious issues of public safety, such as common law police disclosure, which I wrote to him about, there has been a dangerous silence. In Cheltenham, during race week, there is a lot of antisocial behaviour. And as the chair of the licensing committee, I took the opportunity to go out with licensing officers late into the evening so that I could see for myself the work that they do and the partnership working they do with the police. I understand the PCC was given the offer to go out but did not take it up. If he had, he would have seen the issues of antisocial behaviour that really, really vex people across our town. Things like public urination, not just antisocial, but also unsanitary behaviour. He would also have seen the hard work of the many, many police officers, but also the struggles that they experience, something that as a political leader, he should have been able to see and should be able to influence change for the better. His absence is unfortunate. I won't be supporting the motion. I think we really, really do need to deliver on the manifesto pledges, and what's there is not what was pledged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willingham. Councillor Mark Mackenzie-Charrington.
Thank you, Chairman. It seems in this chamber today that they're having a poke at the Police and Crime Commissioner who's only been in his post for 10 months. I think you've got to give the chap a chance to train up and to recruit the additional personnel that he's targeting. It does take time. Now, I represent the Stowe division, and that is Moreton, Stowe, Bolton are our biggest communities. Sorry, not Bolton, Upper Rissington, and we're adjacent to Bolton on the Water. It's all right, Mr. Hodgkinson. I was trying to move in. Of course, we all want to have more officers on the beat. Well, I'm pleased to say that I think that the Crime Commissioner is beginning to prove his worth. He's made a particular thing about the rural crime, and that's something under the previous Crime Commissioner soared in our area. Stealing of agricultural equipment, garden equipment, general burglary and such like. Well, I'm pleased to say that the Stowe Police Station, which is a central one in our area, has recently recruited a full-time officer and a special constable. And certainly, as Councillor Hodgkinson knows, there's been quite a lot of activity recently, successfully with the police, on youth crime in Bolton and tackling the crime, the drug crime problems. So I'm definitely fully supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie-Charrington. Councillor Joe Harris.
Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? It is quite something, isn't it? I think the Conservatives have got a bout of collective amnesia. We hear frequently, don't we, about public sector cuts. Wasn't it the Conservative government who strangled police funding to police forces across the across England. Wasn't that Conservative? That's what we've had for the last for the last 10 years. And I don't want to be disparaging either about our current Police and Crime Commissioner or indeed the previous incumbent. But I think, to be honest, this desk could be our Police and Crime Commissioner and probably have about as much mobility to do a good job as our current incumbents. We are so hamstrung by the inadequate funding of our police force by central government. I think that's the point we're missing here. And well, it's great that our commissioner's gone for a handout to the Home Secretary, but what I would say to that is fund our police properly. Let's get our police force up to a level that meets the demand. There are several things in Mr. Nelson's election pledges that we're still yet to see any action on. Well, I hear Councillor Mackenzie Charrington. I know you very well, Mark. I respect you, but when you say things like he's doing a particular thing on rural crime, well, I'd like to know what that particular thing is, quite frankly, because I don't see any evidence of it. I still see rural crime happening just as it was under Martin Searle. And actually, to give Martin his due, he came out, he visited. We've got a fantastic officer based at Cirencester Police Station who is proactive in dealing and tackling with rural crime. And to Mark's point, I'm not surprised Martin didn't want to engage with you. You're horrible to him, absolutely horrible. I mean, if you treated me like that, I don't think I'd want to talk to you particularly, come on. I mean, let's not. I always find Martin a pretty.
Point to person explanation. I could be many things. Horrible is not one of them.
Well, I'll leave others to judge that. You've always been very pleasant to me, Mark. So, but yeah, I think it comes back to a wider point, doesn't it? Is that a lot was made about Martin Searle's record, and there was a lot that Martin did that I agreed with, and there were things that I disagreed with. But Mr. Nelson was particularly vociferous in his election campaign about the record of our current Police and Crime Commissioner and his record of delivery. What I'm seeing is not a particularly inspiring situation at the minute, and I do not see our current Police and Crime Commissioner delivering at a level that is commensurate with the rhetoric that he put out during that election. I want to see 300 officers in this country, full officers, not boots on the ground, this rhetoric about boots on the ground, but officers. So my message that should come out today is government, fund us properly. Mr. Nelson, deliver on your promises so our communities can have confidence in the police once again, which in many areas has been shaking. Our police do a great job. We need to invest in them. Let's do that. Let's back the police with our confidence through funding.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Steve Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Just on what Mark said, he wasn't horrible. I can remember in the chamber where Mark was shouting at the screen, telling the Police and Crime Commissioner Martin to note something, and it wasn't really very pleasant. It may not have been horrible. It was not very pleasant. Anyway, if we're working in partnership. As a member of the Police and Crime Panel for many years, and as we know, we're a critical friend of the Police and Crime Commissioner. I welcome, because I know that many people in my ward division were really concerned about getting through to 101. So I welcome the more funding for 101 services. Chris promises now that it will be down to 2 minutes. We wait to see that. I'd be really surprised if that can come down to there. But that will be a good asset. And I know there's problems with the IT system, so money needs to go to that. But what I am disappointed in is that the amendment up there, in his manifesto he says 300 bobbies on the beat. Now, if anybody reads that, and I'm going to put my tick to that because I'm going to vote for that guy, bobbies on the beat to everybody, I should imagine, is police officers. It's not volunteers, etc. So I find it very difficult to vote for that amendment. And I'm interested to know, I hear from Dave that he's going to put youth workers in realise the need for there, and our friend over at Stow-on-the-Wold. I was senior youth worker in the Cotswolds for many years, and when when the youth service ran, the county youth service ran in the Cotswolds, we had a full-time youth worker in Chipping Camden, in Stow-on-the-Wold, in Bourton-on-the-Water. They would have been talking to these kids who got antisocial behaviour with drug problems, etc. So, you know, we got something to answer with withdrawing that service. I'm sorry to keep harping back to that, but I'm passionate about that. So, thank you, but I find it very difficult to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Stephen Fifield.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I've sort of started to pick up the whiff of sort of personal attacks on the Commissioner, sort of suggestions of him being absent in action or missing in action. And I just thought it might be worth at least reminiscing maybe a lot of the personal dealings that I've had that I'm sure many in this council chamber will have had with Chris over the years in different guises. Chris is probably one of the most hard-working, committed and energetic people that I've ever met. He epitomises to me what a public servant should be like. He almost has a moral fervour in how he approaches the work that he does. He will have taken every letter of every word of every sentence in his promises seriously and considered them, that he will deliver them. I've got to be honest, I think that's a really important thing for us to remember. And when there's a suggestion that he sort of didn't turn up to invitations, I don't have access to his personal calendar. I suspect Emma probably does. But I'm sure it's probably because he had 5 other things going on that evening. The amount of times that I see him coming to meetings that I'm doing, where he's working on one thing or the other, but he goes beyond the call of duty to make sure that he's listening to everybody and is fully committed to his work. And I have absolute confidence that he will continue to furiously work in the interests of Gloucestershire's people and will absolutely deliver on all of his promises. Absolutely. I am absolutely confident of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fifield. Councillor Chloe Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Robinson, I'm just interested in the facts. So, like Steve, I went and had a look at Chris Nelson's manifesto, which is still up on his website. As Steve said, it refers to 300 bobbies on the beat, and it makes it clear that that's 300 of the 20,000 promised for the whole country. That's 20,000 police officers. It's not special constables, it's not volunteers, it's not the other things listed in this amendment. So I do find this amendment rather disingenuous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Brian Tipper.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I wasn't planning to speak, but I'm a bit disappointed in some of the members of the police committee in that basically it was acknowledged in the last meeting that yes, the Commissioner did say he was after 300 new PCs. Okay, I think he was talking collectively, but at the same time, I guess I would liken some of the members of this committee to perhaps going into a showroom and there was an old model of a car for sale, and it was, say, £3,000. Then they introduce a new model, and it's selling for the same money. Members of that committee would still be going for the old model at the old price instead of taking advantage of the new price. The Commissioner acknowledged within that meeting that his thinking had been developing in the time that he was in the role of Commissioner. And it was, the way I thought, was that it was the police that introduced the fact that perhaps all those constables at this point in time weren't needed, but there were avenues that they wanted to explore or go down. Instead of having officers, they had specialists come in to the force, either as part of the police force itself, or perhaps outside the usual line of investigation and that sort of thing, which took specialists. So the thinking had moved from all police constables or police to a mix of the new personnel. And that is all perhaps the differences in the thinking. So I'm a bit disappointed that our, for the want of a word, our opposition, I don't like to think of the opposition in terms of the committee, but that's what you are. You're sniping at a guy that is forward enough thinking to develop the thinking and go along with what he's been asked to do. And frankly, that is what I expect from the Commissioner, to listen to what the police are talking about and for him to reflect that back to us. That's his job, is to reflect back to us what the police force want and need to move forward.
10 seconds.
And that's what I'm expecting from the Commissioner for all the time that he's in the job. So basically, very disappointed in you. You're not forward enough thinking, and you need, perhaps in that particular aspect, you need a kick up the backside.
Thank you, Councillor Tipper. Councillor Bernie Fisher.
I will decline now. I've heard enough after that. I'm in a state of shock here.
Councillor David Gray.
Maybe I'll just give Councillor Fisher time to recover. In terms of what I've heard, you know, I'm relatively new to politics, and maybe I made the mistake of not watching enough back episodes of Yes Minister to fully understand how this would all work. But I do think that all the things that we've been talking about earlier should make us pause and think about what our role really is, and think about the importance of working together cooperatively for the long term. Chris has only been in place for 10 months. We're debating this as if he's here. He's not here. The amended motion still invites him to come here. I think that's appropriate. I think that the Police and Crime Panel, which I sit on, does give him a rigorous cross-examination in terms of his performance, even though he's only been there 10 months. Like Von Moltke said, no plan survives first encounter with the enemy. I think we need to give the chap some time to deliver on what he set out in his manifesto and to figure out all of the circumstances that have changed in terms of how COVID's rolled on, in terms of how inflation has kicked off, etc., make it a particularly difficult job to be the Police and Crime Commissioner at this time. I think the motion does invite, sensibly invites him to come along and talk to us. I think personally we should have given him a little bit more time to actually have some impact, but let's coagulate, if that's the right word, around the suggested amendment, which in substance does what I think we should be doing, which is asking him to come and talk to the County Council as an elected body to share with us not only what he thinks he's achieved, but also to address the questions which members are asking, but he's not here. Thank you.
Councillor Gray, thank you. Councillor Saj Patel.
Thank you, Chair. I too was not planning on speaking on this debate, but I just wanted to put my 2 pence worth in. Just to give you an example of the type of Police Crime Commissioner Chris Nelson is. He is someone who is completely genuine and completely passionate and caring. And to give you an example of that, I would like to give you a situation that was happening in my ward well before Chris was elected as PCC. 6th of May was the result of his election win, or victory, should I say. And just 6 weeks later, on the 12th of June, where we had regular problems, weekly problems of antisocial problems in Tredworth, just 6 weeks later, on a Saturday evening at 11:15 at night, Chris Nelson came along to meet myself and Councillor Litu my colleague on the City Council, to see at first hand the antisocial problems that were occurring in Tredworth, which was blighting the neighbourhood and the residents living close by. So 12th of June that was. 30th of July, just a few weeks later, 30th of July, the police had served a closure order on this premises where the antisocial problems were occurring. So just to give you an example, Chris is not just talking lip service. Chris is delivering on his promise on tackling antisocial problems. And if he didn't care, he wouldn't have been there. Just a few weeks after being elected. Now, some of us are forgetting that he has only been a PCC for 10 months. His predecessor had been the PCC for 9 years. 9 years. And I think on 6th of May, the public of Gloucestershire, the electorate, had had enough. They had given him enough time to make the improvements, to make the changes. And in the end, they decided enough was enough. It's time for change. So let's give Chris time to implement those changes and bring those improvements and make Gloucestershire a safer place for the residents of Gloucestershire. The public have been crying out for officers and boots on the ground for years and years, and also for quicker response times on the 101. I know at first hand, many a times I was on the high street in Tredworth calling the police, half an hour waiting, 45 minutes waiting. In the end, I hung up. So Chris is aiming to reduce those waiting times from 7 minutes down to 2 minutes. I think that's really, really positive, and something the residents of Gloucestershire will welcome. And last but not least, let's not forget the damning HM Inspectorate report, which came out just a few months after Chris was elected. And there were some real critical concerns in that report. And quite frankly, it was absolutely shocking. And also that crime statistics were one of the points of crime statistics not being recorded properly. Chris has promised to turn that around as well.
Time, please, Councillor Patel.
So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Matt Babbage.
Oops, thank you, Chair. I'll keep my remarks brief because most of them are along similar lines to Councillor Patel's. But firstly, I fully support the amendment to this motion. I think it adds the context that this motion needs. But equally, I fully support the resolutions at the bottom, which are kept largely the same. So, yeah, fully in support. But I did want to just speak and say, particularly some of the criticisms that have been made of the Police and Crime Commissioner, because in my experience, when I've spoken to him, we had an issue in our division of arson. We had one street where residents had phoned for the fire brigade something like 4 or 5 times in 1 week. Chris came out, and I should say at this point, my thanks to the fire brigade and the fire service for coming out and sorting in the individual problems. But then Chris came along and actually looked at what are the causes behind it, it's the antisocial behaviour that's causing the issue. The police came out, they've done a lot of work in the area, they brought out the community stand, community van, I'm not sure what the proper name is, but it's transformed the problem that we have had. To my knowledge, there haven't been issues of arson since that point. Chris has also been out recently when we've talked about antisocial behaviour in other parts of the division. Just last month, talking about some of the issues, he's come out to see them firsthand. And also, I would say, we'll see about the following motion, but some of the ideas Chris has got around helping to tackle things like speeding, roads, traffic issues like that, I think potentially could have huge benefits as well. So, it's not just the sort of the headline antisocial behaviour side of things, but I think there's so much more that Chris is doing that needs recognition. So I just want to say I fully support this motion and yeah, wanted to put on record my thanks to the police and to the Police and Crime Commissioner for all the work they're doing.
Councillor Babbage, thank you very much. Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
I think I was going to sum up once we finished all the debate on the amendment. as I don't with, unless we're going straight to the vote after I speak.
Sorry. Yeah, Rob. Over here, Rob. Still in debate. Once we finish the debate, we go to the mover of the amendment, then we go back to the right to reply of the original proposer. So you will come a bit later. I just saw your hand go up.
Yeah, as long as I've got the right to reply. I mean,
You'll have
I don't
your right
mind
to
replying after Mark. I'm quite used to that.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. So, Councillor Graham Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I've got to say, I shan't be supporting this amendment, and one of the reasons I shan't be is because of how the defence of Chris has been portrayed in this chamber. And I think that's the problem with this chamber, to be honest with you, Chair, is the politics of this chamber that always hinders things. And it's like one of the Liberal Democrat councillors that got up very early said that it's a pity we couldn't tackle all the motions on this agenda like we tackled the first one, in the spirit we tackled the first one. But I don't think that'll ever happen in my time up here, but there you go. But what I will say to you is Chris Nelson, and I hope he does come to this chamber, he came to Sinnerford Town Council in March. And now Sinnerford Town Council, being a former mining town, is not blessed with tolerant people, members or public. And so Chris was very brave to come there. And that night there were 60 people in the chamber, and Chris couldn't get over it. He said, go to a meeting in Cheltenham, and there's 3 turn-up members of the public. I didn't want to tell him that they was there for a skate park, but they certainly got up and get him, a lot different and a lot better than what any of you could get up and get him in this chamber. And he gave a very good account of himself. He gave a good account of himself, far more better than defences being put up for him here this morning. I got to say that, because it was the truth. They gave him the truth and he gave them the truth. Now they'll watch and see what his actions are. And I'm going to hold my judgment along with those people in that chamber that night to see what Chris's actions are. But he gave a very good account. I think you should invite him here. You get a better debate than what you're getting this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Morgan, thank you very much. Councillor Chris McFarlane.
Thank you. I just wanted to reserve my right to comment on the substantive motion, not the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Lisa Spivey, please.
Thank you. Well, I'm just wondering whether I'm living in some kind of parallel reality at the moment. The Conservatives, the party of law and order, is that not what you always say? I find it really, really difficult that you can put an amendment in where you strike out the words police officers and put pairs of boots on the ground. That is surely not the same thing, because pairs of boots on the ground are not police officers, and I think there'll be a lot of police officers who would take you to task on that. As far as I'm aware, some of the 200 special constables, they work on average for 4 hours a week. That also cannot equate to the same as a police officer. I'm also hearing a lot of defence of Chris Nelson. I fail to see anything in this motion which attacks Chris Nelson personally. I mean, there seems to be some kind of, I don't know, some sort of otherworld thing going on here. All we're asking that this motion asks the Police and Crime Commissioner to deliver on a manifesto promise and to come in and to explain, if he's not going to do that, as Ben Evans said, why he's not going to do that. So I'm really confused by this amendment, and I certainly won't be supporting it because police officers aren't just pairs of boots on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Councillor Rebecca Halifax.
Thank you. I want to back up Lison's comments there about the fact that many of the members in this chamber seem to be making this this debate all about Chris, and none of this is personal. I'm sure that Chris is very caring and genuine and passionate. I can let everybody know that I'm very caring and genuine and passionate about cooking, However, my children will all attest that it doesn't matter how caring and genuine and passionate I am about cooking, I have never yet managed to cook sausages without burning them. Outcomes matter. And what we're talking about here are outcomes. There has been a manifesto promise and it is not being delivered. The other part of this is being mentioned is that he was only put in post 10 months ago. Well, I was only put in post 10 months ago, and I can assure you that my residents have expected me to deliver the outcomes that I promised in the manifesto from day one. And they have been extremely vocal in expecting me to deliver on my manifesto promises from day one. And they have been very clear in telling me if they do not think I am delivering on my promises from day one. And there has been no run-up and no telling me, oh, well, gosh, you're new to this job. How about you have some time to find your way? There's none of that. Once you have the job, you're expected to deliver, and it doesn't matter how much you care or how much you're genuine or how much you're passionate, you are judged on your outcomes and what you deliver. So we're not talking about Chris as a person, we're talking about what has been promised and whether or not it is being delivered. If it cannot be delivered, there must be reasons for that. Let's hear them. In the meantime, I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Halifax. Councillor Pam Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. We've got to just remember, it's not what we want. It's not what everyone else wants. We are elected, Jeremy, we are elected for the people. I couldn't care less what goes on outside these walls, but I'm here for the majority of the people. And I don't normally get up and stand and speak because they tell me not to. Right? And we're all here for one reason. And it's the people out there all around the county. And that's what we're here for, not what we want. We're here for the majority. Right? And I think, you know what, I always take ground, and it was a good discussion. I was sat over there regarding the meeting this morning. Right, so I don't normally, I moan, and if I got something to say, I'll say it. But regarding this guy, I don't care if he's fled blogs or who, the Crime Commissioner, right? I had a big incident, Mark, kicked off in Gloucester. And it was a bit of life and death in the city centre. I could not get one policeman. I rang and I rang and I rang. Isn't that right, Mark? So, because I came to you on it, and I wanted to go and speak at the meeting. Anyway, what happened was it kicked off. So in the end, I got hold of the number for the police commissioner. He was in a meeting, and he did come back. He came back, and I said, I don't care what meeting you're in. I want you to come back to me right now. I said, because I got not one policeman, not one city centre management in the town, and it was all kicking off. Fair play to that guy. He did come back. He said, I'm in a bit, I said, I don't care. I said, you've got to come back and start ruffling some feathers here. So eventually later on in the daytime, and it went into evening because he was away on this meeting, but that guy had not the audacity. He came back to the scene, and he was very, very, very helpful. And he did get things moving. And I will speak on anyone who gets things moving. It wasn't to do with me. It wasn't to do with anyone else. But, and that's why I want to get up and stand. And I think he's a down-to-earth guy.
10 seconds, please.
So I'm echoing what everyone else said. And you know, Sergeant and everyone else there. He's only been in it a few weeks. We've been on the council for a few years now. So let's give and take. You've got a child at school. All right, probably he can't or she, you know, can't get into it. And it takes time. And this guy, give him time. Give him a couple of years. But he was the only guy who answered my call. I could not get one policeman to pick up that phone in Walsall.
Councillor Tracy, thank you very much.
But no, but I think,
Very
you know,
well.
I will, you know, obviously vote for it. But thank you all right? Don't forget, we're all in it together, guys.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should stick to facts and figures. So let's look at Martin Sewell's reign really quickly. 2012 to 2021, a 9-year reign as Police Crime Commissioner. HMP, Her Majesty's Penal Inspection Programme, did an assessment on the effectiveness, efficiency and legitimacy of all police forces in England and Wales. So in 2017, on the job, Martin Sewell's been there 5 years, not 10 months. Preventing crime requires improvement. Tackling antisocial behaviour requires improvement. Investigating crime and reducing reoffending requires improvement. Tackling serious crime requires improvement. Tackling organised crime requires improvement. So that's after 5 years. So let's look at when he handed over the keys to Chris Nelson in 2021. They did another appeals test, another investigation of the police force. Bear in mind, this is the ultimate test that can be done. Providing service to members of the public, inadequate. Investigating crime, inadequate. Responding to the public, inadequate. Protecting vulnerable people, inadequate. So amongst the causes of concern from this police report by Her Majesty's Police Inspectorate, they found that he does not understand or manage its demand. He's failing to respond appropriately to vulnerable people. He's missing opportunities to safeguard the most vulnerable people of our county. And not only that, in fact, inspectors found that some investigations were so poorly supervised to a standard that victims weren't even followed up after their offence against them. Victims left at home, elderly people, the most vulnerable, left in the home, scared, not even having a follow-up call. Peel Spotlight then did an investigation in 2020, and they found the police control room is the engine room, this is their words, the engine room of a police force. It doesn't have the right systems and processes in place. The force won't have an accurate picture of demand. This will affect its ability to respond to calls and investigate crimes effectively. Police words. Those who have called 101 and 999 in Martin Sewell's reign will know that you can be on the phone 20 to 30 minutes. I've got one logged for 45 minutes. I would not call 170 specialist police staff cutting times of waiting calls for victims on the other line to get there to be safe. Chris has given already 40 years of public service defending our country against the likes of the Iraqi invasion in Kuwait and stood on the streets of Northern Ireland protecting the most vulnerable people there. And as Brian Tipp has said, he listens to the police. His manifesto may have said the words police officers, but the police have asked for more people in the control room. You can have 100 police officers around the corner, but if no one's picking up the phone, it's no good. Chris is doing what's needed. In his manifesto, he said he was going to get rid of the police horses. The police constable, leading police officer said, no, we need the police horses. Chris said he would save this much money. The police said, no, we need them. We actually make money. So they kept the police horses and they helped out in the Bristol riots. They got taken down from Gloucestershire and they controlled the riots. So let's put it bluntly, let's go back to, that's facts and figures, let's go to cooking. Martin Sewell's cooked the sausages, he hasn't cooked them, he's burnt them. He's actually cremated them, there's ash in there. Chris is coming along and he's cooking a roast dinner with all the trimmings, and roast dinners take time. Thank you, Chris, you're a legend.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Andrew Gravels. Councillor Gravels? No, you didn't want to speak. Members, before we go back to the mover of the amendment, is anybody wishing to speak on this debate? No, so back to the leader, Councillor Mark Hawthorne.
Give me a second. I'm fine now, thank you. The reason we brought this amendment today was we needed to reflect on the facts that are being delivered by Chris Nelson, the extra investment that's hitting the ground. Because let's be brutally honest, the Liberal Democrats will stand in this chamber and go, let's all work together, let's all be collaborative, let's all be as one. And then the next Lib Dem leaflet that pops through your door will be some of the biggest load of rubbish you've ever seen in your entire life. So it's right that we put the record straight now before those Lib Dem leaflets start pushing out their usual lies. And the reality is The reality is that this investment is going to deliver real change right across Gloucestershire. Those extra boots on the ground are going to be tackling antisocial behaviour and protecting our communities. Those extra 170 special officers in the control rooms will make sure that people's calls actually get picked up and their concerns get listened to. Yes. This is the investment that Martin Searle failed to deliver time and time again. And time again in this chamber, the Lib Dems stood up and protected him, stood up and defended him. Well, no more. No more. We have now got a Police and Crime Commissioner who believes in tackling crime, who believes in investing in the front line, who believes in putting the resources where they are needed. This is the moment we can pull together and stand up and say, yes, Chris, you are doing the right thing. Because weirdly enough, your candidate was promising exactly the same things on his manifesto when he stood last year. So let's make sure that we back Chris, that he is working with us, that he's delivering on the ground, that our communities get protected. It's time the Lib Dems woke up, smelt the coffee, and started working for a better Gloucestershire in collaboration, as they always say they want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Before we go to the vote on the amendment, I'm giving Councillor Hilton the right to reply as the proposer of the original motion.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what's got into Mark Hawthorne today. I moved a very friendly motion, noting that the Police and Crime Commissioner proposed to employ 300 extra full-time police officers. That's his own words in a statement he made when he was presenting the budget. If I'm jolly lucky, I'll manage to achieve the 300 full-time expansion by the time I get to the end of my term. If I'm jolly lucky. He's not planning that. You know, I've made it quite clear that I support the 300 officers and I support the reducing of the antisocial behaviour by 50%. Mark Hawthorne works on the adage that the best form of defence is attack. So rather than defend the Police and Crime Commissioner that we've got at the moment on his manifesto pledge that he can't deliver, one that Mark Hawthorne personally wrote, because I know Mark Hawthorne also told him he couldn't have the Fire and Rescue Service, something that I've always opposed the previous Police and Crime Commissioner on. And if you want to know how I voted for Alistair Cameron the first time, Martin Searle the second time, there was no Lib Dem candidate, and this time round I voted for Chris Coleman. I've never been great friends of Martin Searle, though I think he did a good job, and we ought to recognise that he was hampered by a Tory government that was cutting the grant to the police authority. But in his last 2 years, he started to turn it around. 30 extra police officers in 2020, 50 in 2021. He was wrong in that he was still freezing police and community support officers. I think they do a really good job of walking around. It's much better now in Gloucester when we're seeing more of them walk around the city. It's disappointing, Chair, that we actually have to use the red jacket civil protection officers to frankly cover the city centre because the police authority isn't doing that job. So let's understand it. This is not about the former Police and Crime Commissioner. This motion is about the current one and his manifesto pledges. And the amendments effectively try and change that from 300 police officers to 300 pairs of boots. Well, I can go up with about £3,000, probably less than that, up to Clark's this afternoon and buy 300 pairs of boots and stick them in the town centre. I've met this motion's criteria, or the amendment's criteria. That isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about full-time, professionally trained officers in uniform that are patrolling the streets of Gloucestershire. Extra. So it's not about Chris Nelson. I've met him, I like him, and I've met Martin Searle, and I like him. It's about delivery of promises. That's what it is. That's why we should reject Councillor Hawthorne's amendment, because he's only written it because he's embarrassed that he knows his mate, who we got appointed to be the Police and Crime Commissioner candidate, can't meet the manifesto pledge that he wrote. He knows that's the reason why. That's why he's speaking in this debate and nobody else.
So, oh, you. Well, I know you. I know you.
Councillor Elton,
I
Councillor
was
Elton.
the side of that manifesto to make sure there was nothing that damaged the county council campaign as well. So you wrote it, and you know you can't deliver on it, Mark.
Point of personal explanation. If Councillor Hilton would like to prove that, I will give him exactly 12 hours to do so. Otherwise, I expect a written retraction.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
No, I'm not.
We
I
will
shan't
now go
retract
to
on-
the vote on the amendment.
Right. We'll vote on that. And well said, Pam, about not having enough police officers in Gloucester to deal with police problems.
Thank you, Councillor Tracy. Thank you, both of you. Members, Councillor Tracy. Let's vote, please, Councillor Tracy. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Thank you, members. Those against the amendment?
Yeah.
26, 23.
Yeah. 26 for 23.
26 for the amendment, 23 against. So the amendment now becomes the substantive motion. I'm mindful of time, and we have had an healthy debate on this, but we go to the debate now on the substantive motion, and I'm handing over to Councillor Chris McFarlane, who indicated prior. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The pledge to halve antisocial behaviour by increasing police numbers stands in sharp contrast to the number of youth services cut in England and Wales since 2010. And there is a connection. The day-to-day impacts of youth services often go unnoticed by the public, but the consequences of these cuts cannot be underestimated. Cases of knife crime, antisocial behaviour, mental health difficulties and isolation among young people continues to rise, while services available to positively intervene and prevent such cases do not increase accordingly. A report by the YMCA revealed the true extent of cuts to youth services, a real terms decline of 70% in funding in the decade since 2010. It is noted that this council has finally begun to reinvest in youth services, making sure young people are given a better start in life. However, although not beginning from scratch, this investment just scratches the surface of the legacy of underinvestment in addressing both the causes of antisocial behaviour and their policing. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane, thank you very much. Members, am I seeing any more indications to speak on what is now the substantive motion?
No. Well, no, we're out of time.
Yeah, so we're out of time. No other indications. So the right to reply again to Councillor Hilton, and try and be a bit polite this time.
I'll try and be calm. I just recommend that that members have to abstain on the substantive motion because there's incorrect facts inside that motion proposed by Councillor Hawthorne, and we shouldn't vote for something that is incorrect. And to use the term 300 boots on the is not an appropriate term to use when we're talking about police officers, and therefore I would suggest that members do abstain. There are two clauses remain in it, and no doubt the Conservatives will vote for it, which will mean that the Police and Crime Commissioner will come and address this council, and it will also ask him to meet his manifesto pledges, and we'll keep an eye on that as we move forward over the next 2.5 years, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So we're now voting on the amended motion, which has now become the substantive motion on 893. Can I see a show of hands, everybody in favour, please? Thank you, members. Those against?
That's easy.
Those abstentions? So the result of the motion 893 is 26 for, none against, and 23 abstentions. Thank you, members. Can we pause now for lunch and reconvene at 13:40? Is that okay with everybody? Thank you very much, members. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. Ring of a bell. All right.
Members, thank you. Agenda item 9, members' questions. Slight change from this meeting. Up to 45 minutes is allowed for this item. And normal rules, questions and answers taken as read, and I should be looking for supplementaries. So without any delay, first one, Councillor Steve Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Phil Robinson, for your reply. If I could ask then, I'm really pleased that Nailsworth Primary School is so popular, and we know that because, the excellent staff that are up there. But I would like to ask is if the Cabinet member is aware that there are 138 new dwellings planned for Nailsworth in the very near future. And I hope the Cabinet member would agree with me that transporting children, many of them go up to Midgeon-Hampton School, up the hill, over 2 miles away, does not really sit well with, our climate change for 2030, if we're going to have to take children 2 miles away. And could I ask the Cabinet member, please, to commit to considering whether children from Nailsworth and from the new dwellings that are planned could be schooled in Nailsworth, and could GCC take the opportunity to source funding from prospective developers for a 2-form entry at Nailsworth, please?
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, and over to Councillor Robinson.
From one Councillor Robinson to another Councillor Robinson. Well, thank you for that question. I do recognise that, of course, it is disappointing for parents not to be allocated their first preference, but no child is guaranteed a place at any particular school, and the local authority's duty is to ensure that there are sufficient places in the area overall. The problem with extending Nailsworth Primary to a 2-form entry, which is going to double its yearly intake, would that it would cause an adverse effect on the other local primary schools in terms of their sustainability and their viability, and that's something that we as a local authority would really could not support. So there is sufficient capacity across the planning area, and our forecasting data, and that forecasting data does take into account proposed new builds, but the forecasting data, which I believe you've had a copy of, back in May you were sent a table of all the forecasting data, and also you were sent it again in the 21st of July last year. So the forecasting data shows a fall in pupil numbers in future years, so there are no current plans to increase capacity at this time. In regard to your comment about the pupils being 2 miles from the school, the distance we use in our calculations for home-to-school transport is 3 miles. So actually that wouldn't change anything. Pupils were living within 2 miles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Robertson, question 2.
If I could just say, Chair, thank you very much to Councillor Phil Robinson for his positive reply regarding the windows. Anybody that ever visits Nailsworth Primary School or even FGR to watch football, our team is first in the top of the 2nd division, which I know that David's very pleased with. But no, if anybody, it really blows up there. So I'm really pleased that this positive message that the old metal windows are going to be replaced. Thank you.
It did give me great pleasure when that question was submitted and I took advice, and it came back very, very quickly. Yes, they're being fitted next year. I wish all questions were as succinctly answered as that one. Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you both, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Paul Hodkinson, question 3.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer, Mark. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is about the backdrop of rising COVID-19 cases. We saw on Monday, for instance, the highest ever daily figure for infections in the UK since these figures have started. We've also seen very high increases in Gloucestershire, across the board, every district. So given that backdrop and, you know, the questions that are being asked about that, what you've decided to do as an administration is you've decided to disband the COVID board that's been meeting. You've decided to stop the weekly in-depth figures that we're all getting weekly. And your government has decided to charge for all tests from the 1st of April. Would you agree with me, therefore, that it's not only dangerous, but it's irresponsible to do those things? Would you like to disassociate yourselves from those things and actually have a change of mind on some of them, please?
Councillor Hawthorne.
No, no, and no. The longer answer being, clearly one of the things we have to remember is right at the beginning of the pandemic, one of the key pillars of our actions, both nationally and locally, was around protecting the NHS. And we were at the time faced with a virus, COVID-19, to which there were no known treatments in hospital, and there was no known vaccination. We've moved a long way in the last 2 years. We do have one of the best vaccination programmes in the world, and indeed members are now of the population are being pulled up for their 4th jab as part of the government's programme of vaccination, and we have effective treatments within hospital. So we do need to get to a stage where living with COVID becomes a reality. And the one thing that we will continue to do is work very closely with our hospital colleagues to ensure that some of the issues that they are experiencing are addressed. But actually, what all the data shows is that unlike in previous waves of infection, where high case rates led to high levels of hospitalisation, since the vaccination programme has rolled out, that linkage has been diminished and indeed broken. So I think it is the right time to do the steps that the government's taking and the right time to take the steps that we're taking. And I would remind you that of the debate we had right at the beginning of this morning, that many of the staff that were deployed on producing some of those statistics, many of the staff that were deployed on some of the track and trace are now being redeployed into the Ukrainian refugee programme. So I think it is the right time, and I think the decision we've taken are the right ones.
Thank you, Councillor Hawthorne. Question 4, Councillor Hodkinson.
Yeah, that is a very, very disappointing answer. So, Tim Harman, given the fact that, and I have to address what Mark Hawthorne's just said, given the fact that hospitalisations in Gloucestershire are actually, to do with COVID, are actually higher than some considerable time, and that tests are going to be charged for from the 1st of April, would you, Tim, like to follow the example of Portsmouth Council, who yesterday announced that they'd be supplying free lateral flow tests to all residents who needed them from the 1st of April? Would you agree with me that's a good step? And will you get this council to do the same, please?
Can I thank Councillor Hodgkin, first of all, for course, for reminding us that COVID is still with us. And this is 2 years today since that very first lockdown. No one is saying at all that we're taking our eye off the ball. I would draw his attention to the first paragraph of my answer to him, which talks about the availability of tests and goes on to explain how we will be working. And I will look at what Portsmouth has done, but I think at the moment, based on the current advice in Gloucestershire, I do not anticipate we would follow their way.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. Question 5, Councillor Hodkinson.
Yeah. Okay, again, I find that disappointing. I think I'd rather you were open-minded about that. In question 5, again, responding to your answer there, You've talked about, there's some positive words about supporting vulnerable residents who are more prone to falling ill with COVID, but there's no specific detail. So can you give me some examples then, please, Tim, of the specific actions that you're going to take to protect the vulnerable residents of Gloucestershire?
I think Councillor Hodgkinson is obviously taking every opportunity to tell us about his genuine concern on this issue. I can assure him the public health team work in partnership all the time to look at whatever opportunities present themselves to help the most vulnerable. Would also mention, to pick up a point that Councillor Hawthorne mentioned, that from this week the over 75s and the immunocompromised have also been able now to come forward for their 4th jabs, and that is another step forward.
Question 6, Councillor Halifax.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gray. Yeah, I just wanted to say I certainly appreciate that Historic England is the lead in this particular situation. However, the County Council is a very important stakeholder as the archaeology representative in the region, and the current situation is certainly untenable in relation to the current derelict structure, which was built since the 1979 Act that's referred to in this answer. It would be excellent to have the County Council working in partnership with Cirencester Town Council to seek a swift and pragmatic resolution to what is both an eyesore and a health and safety risk. I've asked the member to meet with me and the Town Council representatives, and I'd appreciate that happening, please. There was no answer on that.
Thank you. Thank you for the original question, and certainly I'm no fan of portaloos, especially in high winds, and appreciate the need to find a sensible solution here. We do have to balance out our responsibilities. Obviously, archaeology, if we didn't do our job thoroughly in terms of our responsibilities for archaeology, we would be open to criticism. But I will push again that we move as quickly as possible in terms of helping Cirencester to bring forward get the permissions that they need and find a longer-term solution. And I'm sure that the officers are happy to, and I would be happy to meet on circumstances I'll remember to prepare myself in terms of the facilities to discuss it on site.
Councillor Gray, thank you. Question 7, Councillor Halifax.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer. Thank you, Councillor Harman, for the answer to question 7. Obviously, it's always good to see further funding going into CAMHS services and the associated eating disorder services for the eating disorder units. However, £280,000, obviously, it is a substantial sum of money. However, it's only a drop in the ocean compared to the need that is out there. I'll reiterate, referrals to the eating disorder unit have gone up by more than 500%. Each one of those percentage points represents a person, usually a young person, who is in a potentially life-threatening situation. Let's just pause and think about that for a moment. A life-threatening situation. That's not something that can be dealt with by a phone call. Even though that phone service is excellent and is, it's great to have it in place, a phone call for somebody who is in a life-threatening situation, who needs specialist intervention, perhaps with inpatient support, a phone service is not sufficient. And it's certainly not the recommended therapeutic pathway that is best practice in National Care Pathway Standards. So can the councillor tell me how many specialist practitioners that 280k represents that will be coming into the service to help with the backlog?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I can assure you that we do understand the issue. I mean, we've got one of the best public health teams in the country working on it. We fully understand the issues. And it is, I think, the budget that we did approve in February, you know, has given us a step forward, but we're often in a position where we realise there's always more to do. I don't have at my fingertips the number that she requests, but I will endeavour to establish it and make sure that she receives it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 8, Linda Cohen.
Might be useful for me to combine 8 and 9 for speed. Obviously, in these questions, I applaud the fact that we are focusing on encouraging cycling and walking. But to confuse the building of the Greenway, which is to all intents and purposes just a path for children to walk to school, as being a major initiative to solve people actually connecting with other towns, I don't think is really solving the problem. Also, Kingswood and Sharfield will no doubt be delighted to know they've been elevated to town status when in fact they're villages. So I think it's important to remember that Wootton and those of us in the south are still there, and we'd like to be connected to the rest of the county. Thank you.
If I can use the analogy of a sprint, you always, if you're training, not that I am, you look beyond the line in terms of trying to where you want to get to. And clearly, we're not just focused on that spine, and I know people don't like the word spine or corridor or whatever you want to call it, but places like Wootton, the long-term vision is that everybody in the county has access to active travel options. And so even though we're in the short term, we're focusing on that initial corridor spine, the longer term vision is that helps us to join things up and we extend. It's not that we lack ambition, it's that in the short term we have to focus on where we think we get the biggest bang for our buck, and not just in terms of money but also in terms of officer time. So inevitably that will mean that some places may feel that they're not getting the attention they deserve. That is not the case. That is simply that we need to build this core infrastructure before we can get to a fully rolled out system. But all residents across the county should have confidence that the county council and its officers are focused on offering as quickly as possible active travel as an option for people in their everyday work and life.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Question 10, Councillor Bloxham. Question 11.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Gray, for the answer. In your answer, you refer to feedback about potential routes from local residents. I'd like to know whether that feedback will specifically include feedback being sought from cyclists who may not consider that the very broad study area that's been published constitutes a spine route.
We are very open and will seek feedback from anybody who wants to make a contribution. Nobody is restricted in terms of their ability to engage with us. So I appreciate the question. The team is a very dynamic team that is keen to capture as many voices, as many opinions, and as much input as possible so that we get the best design scheme that meets the needs of the residents as far as we can establish them. So I appreciate the tenet of the question, and we will do what we can to offer people as many platforms to come forward and share with us their views. Indeed, I think we had a press release recently and positively invited the residents to share their views on possible routes, etc. So we're very open to that kind of feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Question 12.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer, Councillor Norman. I would like to ask why no financial information has been given in the consultation process, and does the absence of that information not make the process flawed? Specifically, I draw to your attention the flyer. This is the consultation flyer. It's got a page about equalities on the back. There's absolutely nothing about finance in this whatsoever. Yet we've got a sealed bid that's gone into the District Council saying it's a £2 million job to relocate this facility. So I think that needs to be part of the consultation. So why isn't there financial information, and can this be remedied as we're at a midpoint in the consultation?
I can't answer that, and I'm not going to make any comment without referring it to the officers who are dealing with it. I do take the point that you make, but we're in respect of negotiations over the whole process,
we're in the process of doing a consultation document. If there is a failing in that document, that would say to me as a layperson, maybe we will have to recommence the consultation if it's proven that something has not been provided to enable the public to give their due comments to that consultation document. But I will immediately after this meeting take advice from officers and we'll get back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Question 13, Councillor Bloxham.
Nothing on that.
14?
Yeah, thank you. My question on 14 is, what say will the public have on future alternative uses of the building should it relocate?
I think the answer that you've been given to that question is quite clear, that discussions are underway looking at options. And also we have the situation where we say here that we're looking at the use of all public buildings that might come into that area, and nothing has been ruled out at this stage. So again, I would be looking to officers to convince me that the process that we're following is accurate and in no way could be challenged because we failed to put anything out into the public domain.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Question 15, Councillor Bloxham.
No, thank you.
16?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stowe, for the answer. Given the wide range of figures that are flying around from 359,000 to 100,000, does the Cabinet member accept that it would be responsible for bidders to be given information with regard to the condition of the property, so far as the last survey conducted by the County Council is concerned?
I think we, thank you very much for your supplementary. I think we need to recognise that different potential bidders may have different potential uses in mind. So accordingly, their budgets would be different, and the work that is needed to make it suitable for their projected uses, again, would be different. So I think I don't want to preempt any bid that might come in. I think it's good to know that the community is putting forward bids. I think that's a really positive thing, and I congratulate them on doing that. So I think what is important is that when those bids do come in, we have our team of in-house property specialists will, of course, look at each of those bids individually, and due diligence will be carried out to ensure that that the bids that have been made are realistic, and that we, at the same time as offering that as a potential use for the communities, at the same time we protect what is clearly a county council asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stowe. Question 17, Councillor Bloxham.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, to follow up on this then, in your answer to question 17, you said that bidders who've requested a copy of the previous survey have been advised that they can't rely on it as it's now 3 years old. My understanding is that bidders have in fact been told that they can't have a copy of the survey. Would it not be reasonable to give people a copy of the survey that does exist, as we now understand it, with that health warning that they should do their own due diligence and shouldn't rely on it? But wouldn't it be responsible, when you're offering a community group a full repairing and insuring lease, would it not be reasonable to share that information with potential interested parties? Thank you.
Well, at this point in time, the advice that we received from our in-house team was that it was not appropriate and that figure could not be relied upon, and that potential bidders need to make their own surveys and their own projections as to cost. Now, I think that is the better way forward, and it's for each bidder to carry out that work in accordance with what their projected use of that building might be. So I think we've taken the right decision, and that we are not hindering that process.
Councillor Stowe, thank you. Question 18, Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. No question supplementary on question 18. I think we probably debated that well enough earlier on. Question 19 to David Gray, and thank you for the timeline you've given. This is a really important project. It deals with Gloucester City's missing link, if not the county's missing link, which is another project altogether. One, it would be useful to know when we might get details of how this scheme will link into the city centre cycle network. And two, this will improve the road junction into Submeadow Road, which is, of course is the road that links to Gloucester City Football Club's ground, the reopened ground at New Meadow Park. I've been contacted by the club, and they want to have signage up to show people the way to the football club, particularly for visitors from away teams. So I just wonder whether you're going to make sure that, one, we can put some temporary signs up, and we can make sure that those signs are up during the construction, but finally that we have some permanent signs that make it quite clear that's you turn right here to go to see the football club. It's an important sport in Gloucester. I know some people think rugby is the only game, but I was there last night cheering the 3-3 draw.
I wasn't there last night, unfortunately, although I actually support Chester City for very complicated reasons, which I won't go into. But it was a fantastic game by all accounts, and a great result. And I will take away that importance of getting signage there, not just for the football ground, but signage in general, so that people, to maximise the utility of what we're putting in place. I think it's a great scheme, and we need to make sure that it's utilised as much as possible as we bring it online. So thank you for your question, and I'll take that away.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Question 20.
Yeah,
already.
There's some more compliments, Chair. You know, I do make them sometimes for the administration. And this is to do with the concrete road renewal programme. But it's finished now, and Vernon Smith does indicate that a number of roads were resurfaced. We know that 2 in my division and 1 in Cathy Williams' division in Gloucester were resurfaced. But they're expensive to do and they're intrusive. But there was a list of roads that need to be done. I'm being asked to support the resurfacing of the southern section of Escort Road, where the leader lives. But I just wonder, are you going to be able to get some more money so we can carry on with this project? I mean, I noticed in the budget that there was no money for the concrete renewal programme going into the future. I think this was one-off money, so I just wonder whether you're able to secure some further funding with the assistance of the leader and the deputy leader of the council, maybe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jeremy, for your supplementary. Obviously, the specific fund that you're referring to was put for concrete roads. But obviously, as a county council, all road networks we look at for maintaining and keeping to a high standard. Obviously, what we will do with the further concrete roads is maintain them through what we call the TAMP and the HEMP, which is the Transport Action Management Plan, or the Highways Efficiency Maintenance Plan programme, to make sure that the asset is kept to a standard that we can. So what we're trying to do is make sure that those road networks will stay to a high standard. What I would say for continual lobbying, we always lobby for more money for highways through government funding whenever an opportunity arises, and I certainly would be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Question 21, Councillor Chloe Turner. Thank you. 22. Thank you. 23. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor John Bloxham on 24.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. If I could read to the leader the report that was given to Stroud Strategy and Resources Committee on the 10th of March, that will be the words of the report author, and maybe the leader could just comment on whether this is an accurate statement or not. It says, districts suggested that a county deal should start with a discussion between all partners about what we wanted to achieve for Gloucestershire, and should explore the powers on offer at level 2 and level 3, and indicate a strong desire for engagement from the start. So that's what's been reported to SDC. Is that correct or not?
No, it's not. The conversation was far more detailed than it's been described in that report. And I have actually read that report, and I think it's actually incorrect in a number of key areas. And it's a little bit of a shame that I feel that maybe you've been slightly misled by inaccurate reporting
from that particular meeting. But what's very clear is that there was a general conversation about wanting to have a debate at Leadership Gloucestershire with regards to the white paper and around a devolution deal for Gloucestershire. There were a number of officers, it has to be said, not members, officers, who argued that there should be an examination of level 3. Level 3, to remind all members in this chamber, is a directly elected mayor for Gloucestershire, which I think lots of eyes suddenly move away then, because every time that's mentioned, it is not seen as a popular option among members, but maybe is seen as slightly more popular among officers. What we did say was very clearly that we have done a huge amount of work in this arena over the last 5 years, and starting with a blank piece of paper would forego all the conversations that we've already had, and that the County Council would pull together a summary. And I think in the meeting I said 5 pages. That was an arbitrary number. It's not one that officers will stick to, but they will know that from my description it means short but not too short, which summarises everything we've done to date, so we can start having a conversation based on all the work that we've already carried out. So I'll have to say now that the description in that report was short, inaccurate, and did not reflect the full breadth of the conversation that was held at Leadership Gloucestershire.
Thank you, Leader. Question 25, Councillor Bloxham. 26. Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Question 27, Councillor Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, Councillor Hawthorne. My follow-up question is, are you aware of the CCN report that was published on the 18th of March that warns that the government is seriously underestimating the costs of adult social care by at least £854 million a year? And if you are aware of that report, is that now something that we are preparing to consider the impacts of? Thank you.
I'm fully aware of the report because I was at the meeting when it was launched. So from that point of view, I received the presentation from the consultants. I think it's really important to note that what the LGA and the CCN are doing is trying to quantify the cost of a scheme that the government has announced, which, to be fair, even the government is not clear on what the total cost of that scheme would be once fully implemented. And I think the government has made an assumption, and Treasury have made an assumption, and it's, as always, the case with major policy shifts like this within local government. It's up to the sector to now come up with the evidence base to suggest what the true cost of the implementation of the policy will be. And that is where we are in the process. So I'm very confident that the CCN has done a number of reports over the last couple of months on this. The LGA are doing some work, and I know that they are actively sharing that with officials within government, and those reports will undoubtedly shape what the final overall package will be.
Thank you, Councillor Hawthorne. Question 28, Councillor David Willingham.
I would like to thank the leader for his answer, but given that the FLARE app is aimed at the safety of women, which is an important issue that I think we're all united on, and that such safety should include things like cybersecurity and personal privacy, and as the authority hosting trading standards, it potentially damages the council if we promote a service or a product that has legal compliance issues, and that reading the privacy policy and checking the Information Commissioner Office and Companies House registers takes minutes. Does the leader really think that spending a few minutes on doing due diligence checks on an issue affecting women's safety is disproportionate, especially when it's evident that problems in need of resolution would have been found if those checks had been done?
Does Councillor Williams really think that this question is a good use of this Chamber's time? This is a service that is being promoted by the police. It is questions that you should be raising with them. We, as a good partner and someone who actually cares about this particular issue, have helped promote it. You have constantly brought these questions when, can I suggest, maybe you put all your concerns in writing and get a response from the people who are actually using this service and promoting it in the first place. I will not be answering any more questions on this topic.
Thank you, Leader. Question 29, Councillor Willingham.
in respect of highways, just to ask whether sufficient officer resources are available to ensure that areas that have had considerable public investment, such as parts of Cheltenham High Street, are fully inspected by highways officers after utility works have happened but have not been finalised, to ensure that those utilities are required to fully repair the public highway at no further cost to the taxpayer of Gloucestershire.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for your supplementary. I think it explains it in my answer to the question. It is interim works. They have legally 6 months to carry out a permanent repair, so that is the law. And as to your question, do we have the resources to inspect? Yes, we inspect on a regular basis. It is 6 months. It is a utility company. It is the law. And obviously, if they failed to repair it to a full and proper standard at the end of that repair, our inspectors would step in.
Councillor Smith, thank you very much. Question 30, Councillor Roger Wyborn. I believe Councillor Wyborn, there he is on live. Councillor Wyborn.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear? Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, I thank the Cabinet member for his answer, which I would have to say does not fill me with great optimism as to the continuance of the school streets beyond the next stage in the trial. And given that there was, I think, pretty well universal acclaim in favour of the objects of school streets, and indeed a lot of very positive comments made about the two trials that had taken place to date. Does the Cabinet member, is the Cabinet member working on any sort of a plan B should the results of the evaluation which you speak of not point to doing things exactly in the school streets way? Do you have any other alternatives, or do you sort of plan to just draw a line at that point? Thank you.
Thank you for the original question and for the supplementary. The approach for the school streets will be data-led. We'll wait to see the outcomes and how, not just on the initial implementation of the scheme, but what the longevity of the scheme is, whether the initial effects are long-lasting and whether it's achieving what we want it to achieve. And we will look at a wide range of routes forward, whether that's rolling out similar schemes in a similar format, or whether we look at adjusting schemes and coming back with variations on what we've done to date, or indeed whether we conclude that the money, and it's not inexpensive to do these things, whether in terms of what our objectives are in terms of safety and also encouraging active travel, whether that money is effectively used by the school streets schemes, or whether we can achieve those objectives in another way. So I'm not going to give a definitive answer other than to say you're quite right that we have to wait for the outcome of the work that's being done, and then we will feed that back, and we will, as part of our wider active travel agenda, we will conclude on what the way forward is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have you a supplementary, Councillor Eggenbarth?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't.
Councillor Willingham, 32, does the same apply to you?
Just very briefly, I would like to thank Councillor Harman for the response. Given that people will be in
in their own homes and may have that experience of mental health challenge with someone that is staying with them. I would just ask the council to see if they can explore providing mental health first aid courses, if at all possible.
I mean, thank you, Councillor Willingham. I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I think it's something we can all agree on. I think earlier when we had the briefing, I think Siobhan Farmer actually touched on this. We're obviously in an ongoing situation. You can see what we're currently doing. Everything will be under review, but we've probably got some unanswered questions which we will discover the answers to together.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. Question 33, Councillor Lisa Spivey. Thank you, Councillor Spivey. 34, Councillor Evans. Thank you, Ben. Question 36, Councillor Linda Cohen.
No, nothing on that, thank you.
Thank you. And back finally to Councillor David Willingham. Thank you. So that brings to the conclusion agenda item 9. On to agenda item 10, scrutiny reports. And Councillor Phil Orford, the Chair of the Corporate Overview and Scrutiny Committee, will present a report which provides a summary of recent Scrutiny Committee activities, and Scrutiny Committee chairs are available to answer questions. Councillor Orford.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You just probably nicked the first 3 lines of what I was going to say. But members will see the links to the most recent scrutiny meetings. Obviously, in the absence of Councillor Morris, if there are questions for environment scrutiny, they'll be taken by Chris McFarlane, who, as the deputy, chaired that meeting very well as well. I would say, obviously, in case nobody picked up on that, the ongoing task group around cleaning up our rivers, as I reported at Environment Scrutiny, is nearing its conclusion. We've still to get responses from Welsh Water and the Welsh authorities, and on hearing that evidence, then we'll be putting our report together. Can I thank all those members on there, particularly in the spirit of cooperation that we saw partly this morning. Councillor Hodgson's worked very, very closely with me on that, as have the rest of the members of that working group. And I would like to put my thanks out there to Sophie, who has done masses and masses of work trying to pull all the evidence together for us. Hopefully we will be putting a report together with our findings in time for the Environment Bill in September. But that's enough from me. Any questions can go to the relevant scrutiny chairs. Thank you.
Councillor Orford, thank you very much. I'm looking for questions, members. Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is, will the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee be receiving a report on the findings of the Care Quality Commission Inspectorate that there are delays in discharge of patients from Gloucestershire hospitals due to the lack of access to beds in care homes? And my question relating to adult social care and community scrutiny is, will that committee be receiving a report on the proposed closure of 4 county-owned care homes?
So, first of all, thank you, Councillor Bloxham. I think Councillor Gravels will take the first question.
Yeah, hi. I'm really happy to take the first part of the question and thank Councillor Bloxham for it. Since he's mentioned the report from the CQC, if any members are interested in having a copy, I've got a hard copy here and I can provide you with the link. For members' information, HOSC and all of us should always welcome reports that we get from the CQC. They go into a lot of detail and they inform our debate at HOSC and other areas of this county council. And for members' information who haven't seen the report, and it was only published at the very end of last week, you know, the ink is still dry. The overall trust quality rating is good. Our service is effective, good. Our service is caring, good. Our service is responsive, good. Our service is well led, good. So whilst, Councillor, I've highlighted also the area of the report that you refer to. That's something that when we begin our serious and in-depth conversations with the Health and Care Trust, we will pursue. There will be discussions with the chap sat to your left, Councillor Drew, anyway, who's the Vice Chair of HOSC, and David will be involved and will certainly be looking at the issues that you've rightly highlighted, Councillor, in this report. But the ink is not yet dry on it. Give us a chance. I know HOSC is good, but wow, give us a chance. Okay, thank you. That's it. I can't deal with the adult social care bit, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. For your second question,
I can answer
Councillor Stephen
second question. I can answer the second question. The planned closure of 4 care homes is only up for consultation at the minute. When that consultation has been completed, the scrutiny committee will get a full response which will be available to all members. Thank you.
Councillor Hurst, thank you. Members, any more questions to the scrutiny chairman, please? Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Hawford and Councillor Gravels and Councillor Hurst. Thank you.
I'm sorry to come back. When Phil began his introduction to the whole of scrutiny, if you can bear with me, he took the opportunity to thank 2 or 3 members of staff, and I want to embarrass 2 or 3 members of staff, particularly Joe Moore and Becky from the NHS Trust. They are absolutely fantastic in the work that they do, not just, I'm sure, to HOSC scrutiny, but to the wider scrutiny committees too. The fact that I'm well briefed isn't thanks to any work that I do, it's thanks to the work that they do, and I'm very grateful for the work that they do. I see the Vice Chairs nodding in agreement. Thanks for giving me that opportunity to place on record my thanks, and obviously the Vice Chair's thanks too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Councillor Hurst.
Yes, and adult social care scrutiny would not be able to operate without the great assistance and help from those 2 officers, one from our own Democratic Services and one from the CCG. So thank you, Joe, and thank you to Becky also. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Hurst. Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank the officer, Sophie Benfield, for supporting us at the Environment Scrutiny meeting and battling through despite a major nosebleed. That shows grit and determination, and she's a star. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Any other comments on the scrutiny, members, please? Thank you, members. On to the final item on the agenda this afternoon, the Appointments Committee, page 5974. Councillor Mark Hawthorne, the leader and the chairman of the Appointments Committee, to present the report from the meeting held on the 11th of March.
Thank you very much. So in front of you today is the report that we have to do every year, which is the pay policy statement. This was debated at length. Well, it wasn't, it was about 15 minutes, but we gave it as good as questioning as we do every year. It is in front of you this afternoon for approval. So unless anyone's got any questions, I would draw your attention to page 60, that we resolved to council to approve the statement and adopt it.
Thank you, Leader. Any questions? Councillor Willingham.
Just 2 very brief questions. On page 72 at point 60 it says we don't have a specific policy on pay ratios, but we do recognise the Hutton review. So the first question is, do we meet the ratio of 20:1? And on the next page in point 65, which is gender gap pay reporting, going forward, although it would be entirely discretionary, is it worth the council as a large employer considering whether to report pay gaps based on other protected characteristics in the Equality Act, such as the gender gap or the pay gap that may exist for LGBTQ plus employees and those who are from a minority or ethnic background.
Thank you for that. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take both those particular questions away. I don't have that information in front of you this afternoon. Certainly on your second question, that will be entirely down to whether or not the data is available in the first place, as to whether or not that would be something that we would be able to process. But I'm going to have to take both of those away, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any issue with the financial aspects and welcome the transparency of the report. But I just wanted to draw your attention to, if I could just quote from our local transport plan, transport and the decisions of all of us make about how and why we travel is key to reducing our CO2 impact. Gloucestershire recognises the urgency of this issue. I just mentioned that because I really would expect to see that as a kind of golden thread running through all of the documents that come out of this council. So when I looked at this document and I looked at the travel section, it's completely car-centric. There's no mention of public transport mileage, there's no mention of active travel mileage, and there's no mention of the schemes that I know this council has, like the Bike to Work scheme. And if they're not compelling enough to make it into this document, perhaps that tells us something in itself. So I just urge us as a council, maybe when we're putting this kind of document together, to make sure that we're thinking about the climate change applications. You know, a day like today, we've got extreme heat waves at both poles on the planet. These problems aren't going away, and we need to be doing our little bit in everything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Leader, do you wish to comment?
I think it's a valid point, and certainly it's lack of omission in this document doesn't mean there is a lack of consideration of it within our overall policy approach. But you make a valid point, and I'll certainly take that away.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you.
Before we vote on the pay policy, are there any more questions from members, please? No, thank you. So, straight away, all those in favour of the County Council pay policy, please show. Unanimous? Yeah. Unanimous. Thank you very much, members. Thank you, members, and that brings this meeting to a conclusion. Thank you for your attendance, officers, members, and all your assistants, and please have a safe journey home. Thank you.
Quick reminder, we have got a short presentation as requested by group leaders on county deals. We don't have the answers, but we do have the process, and there is a room available which has some materials to indicate choice of our future decoration of the new chamber.